trying to play it smart. He's utilizing his own strength in such a good way, something that so benefits the team the way that if he can actually get the openings that will create the space for the rest of the team to close it out, I think, they have figured out how they want to use him. And that's also why I believe that he's been feeling a lot better in this team. And also, as he mentioned himself, bringing in Monacy has relieved some of the pressure for him to always to perform.
Yeah, he's just looked so much freer on the T side. On the CT side, you still see some of those nerves that haunt him in terms of him just feeling a little cagier, more boxed in.
Now, there was a Malbs reference, so I'm happy. But it's time to find out if these teams are going to be happy, because it's time for the veto. What are we expecting here, boys?
Something similar. I mean, best of 5, you will have a lot of maps obviously to play. And, the map pool is just super important. And I think we will see one side go, they will have different strengths inside the map pool, but they will also meet inside of the middle where they want to go, right?
The only thing I'm curious about is if Vitality pick Train as early as they did last time. At Melbourne, I was a little bit curious by it being the 3rd pick. For Falcons, I think some mix of Dust 2 and Mirage are probably what they're going to go with again. They do the same thing. We got the same 2 maps in the first order. And this 3rd map, this is where I'm kind of curious. And okay, Vitality, they want to run it back. They run Train as the 3rd map in the series again. It probably is something that they're just comfortable with. They have the 100% win rate. Can't really argue with the numbers, I suppose.
I think they're thinking, well, we're winning Inferno anyways. We go into map 3. Let's at least get some practice on Train. Maybe we get I mean, when you actually go to the Melbourne Finals, they won that map, but they didn't look better than Falcons for the majority of that map. So yeah, I am a little surprised they put it there.
ダスト2トレインミラージュヌーク
Falcons look strong. They should have won that grand final. They were up 12-6 in the last map on Nuke. I mean, why wouldn't they just feel comfortable going back to the same maps?
ここら辺最近はアヌビスエンシェント全く見てないね
So in this go around, is Vitality going to do again, or this time will Falcons do what they should have done? Time to put your predictions on the table.
Oh, I mean, I gotta support this.
多分バイタリティがエンシェントやんねえからな
I think we're gonna go. We're going all the way.
I think Vitality do it again. But it's gonna be a very close series. Falcons absolutely have chances. Every map is gonna be close, even if it's not a 3-2.
I'm gonna go with Vitality as well. I feel like the streak is gonna continue today. The GOAT, well, not the GOAT, one of the GOATs of captaining, of IGLing, is gonna keep it up. I feel like Apex is gonna lock everybody in. Even when it feels like there's less on the line, he always recognizes the legacy of himself is something that he has to prove. Like, in-game leaders more than anybody know it's about the W or the L, and he wants it more.
Nothing defines legacy more than finals, and nothing defines the legacy more than the voices that bring you those finals. 2 of the finest voices in our game, Scrawny and Launders.
Always the sweet talker, Mike. Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise. Mohan, here we go. Again, a Vitality Grand Final, and who better than Falcons to challenge them at the moment? Who better than a team that would be on that top 10 win streak graphic we've all become accustomed to, if not for Vitality? They'd be right up there. 13 of their last 15 matches, all the way of Falcons. Those 2 losses, only to the team that they find themselves up against again tonight.
We've got some interesting circumstances here. Of course, now it's a studio compared to Melbourne, which was in front of the crowd. But for Vitality, they obviously have a lot less pressure. They said it's just a different mindset, which makes perfect sense. They set their streak yesterday. Today, they still have the chance to continue it. It's not even, let's take Nip out of the equation. You just want to have the longest streak possible. Now, you're not going to be able to do this twice within one run. So this comes with a grand final, the ability to beat a team that you beat last time. And for the Falcons, the interesting thing is we saw that Magiska's actually having a much better event here. Back in Melbourne, he was not good. Tessus also had an amazing final. I don't know if that happens again. Kixan, 2 out of the 5 maps, he was pretty remarkable as well. There are some stories I wonder about the consistency for Falcons and the motivation here for Vitality to see if we get a different change of pace. But one thing I think is for sure is as a team, Falcons would have only improved.
Still such a fresh roster with this Monacy inclusion, so why not hold on for the growth? There we go, Tessus, quick first kill, Zywoo out of the door back.
Oh,
and that's perfect, because he dodges Monacy, who goes to try to clear that. It opens the possibility of Rops to attack, and then so we get this, what looks like cookie cutter execute into the A site. Ooh, but there, okay, there's the X Factor. That's what you want to see, Magisk. Beautiful lineups through that smoke.
Someone's feeling it.
I mean, couldn't have asked for a better couple of random shots to connect. Not random in his mind's eye. He knows that entry pathing, and he nails it. So here we go. Falcons suddenly with a real chance of a retake. Still have to get through Mezzy. That one doesn't go bad. We've got now a triple kill to Magisk's name. Rops kicks Sans kill. Falcons take the pistol, and I know why. This man on screen.
Yeah, look at that smile. That's mad serious. And yeah, I mean, he was shooting through the smoke,
何
but
そ
he
れ
was also adjusting for the exact positions that they would get to. Very nice round out of Magisk. And validating those first two shots with a third kill as well. Wrapping onto the site. Now, this move from Vitality I thought was interesting because you'll see Flamesy up here by himself sometimes coming out of the halls. This is not the first time I've seen a team try a hall setup to try and
強
catch him specifically, but then Zywoo's right behind him. I think that's what catches them off guard. And if not for Magisk, this is just a round one for Vitality in a very simple post-plant position on the A site. So, good signs here for both teams.
A real question mark for me in this matchup. Obviously, we start the series, the best of 5 on Inferno again. The most lopsided score of that grand finals. 13
いやー
time
強
around. 2 kills for Zywoo out of the gate this time. Fast aggression from Falcons trying to meet Vitality, but did they anticipate this strong of a buy?
Yeah, that's already a bit of a mistake. At least they get a kill back. And the reason that Rops gets so many kills is because in his anchor spots, in his very aggressive positions that he's lurking in, normally you don't exit the end of halls here. You don't jump out of Palace or Mirage or whatever it is. But Rops, he knows when he can get away with those pushes, and he maximizes those opportunities. So a low number spot here for Falcons, so they've got to be aware of it. But Vitality have the dominant spot. They don't have to move too quickly yet. And I think... Did they secure an upgrade here? Wow.
MP9,
totally
yeah.
denied that smoke.
Apex grabbed it. MP9. That's all really there is to take.
いいグレ
Careful of this Monacy Rob situation.
That's nice. Frag grenade perfectly placed on Apex. He's now nearly dead. Nico gonna try to get the spam off. Finds that timing, but they do lose Magisk. You've got Monacy back sight, and he lines up the double.
Ooh.
Takes it all individually. We've got 2
強
triple kills back to back from Falcons already.
Yeah, I mean, just high-level rounds, really good all the way to the end. A very good start for Vitality, but that 3K from Monacy is all they need to think about. That's beautiful. I think it's just a simple window flash that catches them off here. But you can see as they're coming up, they get tagged through the middle of default from the Moto smoke. They get hit by a nade on their way up through mid as well. Even though Falcons were low numbers, they kept good understanding of what was happening. And because Nico blocked that smoke, he knew he could make his way over to A early.
Rob's trying to play with a little timing here. Those Flamesy flashbangs aren't too far off either, but he's looking for something to pull on. Solid stuff from Falcons so far. Always a good feeling when in the first 2 rounds of the game you have matched your last go on Inferno.
Rops is just like a supercharged atom, you know, when he gets to a corner, just like the way he jiggles, the way he's shaking. He never, ever goes out of discipline and takes some kind of wide swing, but he knows exactly how to maintain pressure at all times.
Clean headshots. Keeping Vitality back. Rops doesn't full swing just yet. 28 health to try to work with here. Only set of Kevlar on the field for Vitality. And unfortunately for him, the rest of his team get mopped up with ease. Apex unable to get that deagle into the kill feed. So we've got Vitality walking away with 1 frag to their name here in the 3rd one. Falcons look laser focused.
Yeah, it's a lovely start here for Falcons. Hard-fought rounds, as it was always going to be. I mean, even in the 12-6 comeback at the final map of Melbourne, it was hard to say that, you know, Falcons just totally blew it because Vitality, well, they had amazing plays all the way throughout that comeback, right? And that's what we saw yesterday. That's what we've seen throughout this entire streak. And speaking of streaks, we got Vitality's, you know, last longest streak on Inferno. That's like the one that's remaining now that they can still uphold.
Ooh. Nico on high alert here. Frag tells him exactly
お
what
ー
he
っと
needs
抜い
to
た
know. Sees that utility coming out of Zywoo, tracks him through the smoke. And really, Vitality, they just haven't had a lot to shoot back at as of late. Magisk, triple kill. Starts off with smoke spam. Same thing for Nico as he held back that hit to set up Monacy again here on Banana. So Vitality's job is made all the more difficult. Shrouded in cover has been Falcons out of the gate. We hit a minute on this one, man advantage. Yet to see any footing from Vitality target this B site, so here we go. And fire is what they meet upon arrival. Smoke to follow suit, trying to cool them off.
But you can see the Falcons still worried about A. They have not shifted over a third player to support. You can see the respect here. They just assume that there could be a potential for a fake. There's no flank coming in, however. It's still a 4v2 for the moment.
テセスがやったな。
Okay, Nico just burned back sight. Oh, there was a couple Molotovs there. Oh, was a pocket in between, but somehow Apex gets himself a double entry.
Was it because Nico used his smoke on Banana?
Yes.
He must have eaten a flash at the same time. We need to watch that because he took a lot of damage just now.
He did extinguish the fire that he put down in front Banana, so it makes absolute sense he didn't have one to extinguish. But there was definitely a pocket between the flames.
The only thing I can imagine is that he also ate a flash.
Must have been.
And then before he ran out, got out of there. But great utility here wins the round for Vitality.
Okay. Apex, take it if you can.
And there was great utility from Falcons to start that off, too.
And while we're making the highlights, let's throw that Apex entry in there as well, because Kicksan just jumping over the coffin takes a bullet to the brain.
I think that was a bit unexpected.
Just the whole situation. Truly, Nico just kind of burning out. Kicksan didn't see that coming.
So Kicksan's in a position to support him with, flashes. So it's Tesses rotating in. Just have to revisit that and see exactly how it went down. I mean, it was, if we heard correctly, 3 ticks of damage. So he was already low from something, but...
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was... Yeah. I want to see that back in full speed. So I can count it?
Yeah.
Not ideal. Gets Vitality on the board, so they'll take it.
Doesn't work.
Flamesy pays the ultimate price, and he has been muted out of the gate here. 0 and 4 is Flamesy. Nico down by a quarter thanks to the frags.
Yeah, they missed their second one.
何やこの広告。
Those Hobbit nades. 4v5s in this tournament haven't been a big problem for Vitality.
Nice shot. Monacy again. Second kill. Nico there to support him.
強い。
Excellent. Draws that line in the sand. Fire on the corpses. Vitality go up in flames, and Falcons are starting to sprint away with this.
Yeah, man.
Strong 4-1, and just the nature of some of these holds. I mean, I said laser focused. I'll repeat that. Locked in our Falcons in the first 5 rounds of play.
Monacy dodging that flash just by keeping
モネッシュ
one
の
eye
アップが
behind the
強い。
wall was a very cool start. The 5v4s eventually catch up with Vitality. Oh my goodness. Wow. And then he teleported over to B and did the rest. That's awesome.
Yes, it is.
That is awesome.
I would say I'm going to take that statement. I'm going to expand it to just the Counter-Strike scene in general at the moment.
It's great right now.
Everything's pretty freaking awesome, man.
It's good.
An amazing top 4. We got all top 4 teams at this event.
Yeah, I'm standing right now, but I'm mentally seated because I'm expecting this to go 5 maps, and
of course,
I don't want to start off too hot because I'm already shocked to see the result here. 4-1 start.
強い。
A swift reminder of what Vitality's best can do.
エイムで破壊するなよ。
On his own or not, Zaiwu slams 3 kills down into that B site. Apex will scoop up bomb, and here we go. Another plant to try to keep this T side close.
Wasn't that quite literally?
Oh, wow, that's clean.
1 kill back.
He's good, dude. He's in the zone.
Yeah, and he's done a couple interviews where he said he's just not in great form right now. So what if it all clicks right here? We haven't seen that too much. The only time I've really seen Monacy in not great form for real was back at Shanghai.
Yes.
And that was the most unfortunate time for that to happen because it was, you know, at
やっぱスモークの
race, you know,
グレネードブレイク大事だよ
year
な。
race for top 1 versus Donkin.
And the last real go of it for G2 and Nico in that combo.
Yeah, yeah. It was, unfortunately, his
来る
stats
ぞ
were good, but he wasn't feeling it and didn't look that great. Here,
Oh my god.
dude, Zaiwu right now, man. This rifle highlight is one for the books.
強い。
I mean, Magis should just give him the fifth, so we can call this an ace. Stellar stuff from Zaiwu here.
マジで座右強え。
Started to talk about how Falcons as a whole were locked in, but there's the step up in play. Zaiwu dominates a round from start to finish on his own, all 3 kills Banana, and sends a message to Monacy that if you're going to swing for us today, it's not going to come for free. This shot.
Oh! Last bullet on the 3rd spray.
I don't want to see
強
Nico head in hands like that 4 rounds into the game. You got a best of 5 ahead of you, brother. There are going to be more Zaiwu moments. I promise you that.
Yeah, the Zaiwu pick on Banana is usually him getting up there with an op and entering with that op with supporting grenades. Obviously, we're very familiar with the work that he can do with rifles these days. And this upgrade he steals away from Monacy. This is actually a bit worrying. Kicks in. Can't trust this utility just yet. Mezzi, I don't know if he wants to get
そんなのあるな。
yeah, kicks in, gets that utility set out all at the right time.
いいグレ。いいグレ。
I feel like poor Apex have been eating the majority of the nade damage so far this map.
まあ、バイタリティ今日決勝勝てば5連勝っすね。最近の大会5連勝だからな。強すぎる。
This one slows down in contrast to the last few rounds that have really been about those boisterous B hits.
That's quite a risky setup here for Falcons without vision on Banana. But it looks like they might get the round they're looking for. This one's coming back to bracket. Very cool. Good read here from Falcons. Good job from Kixan. He has done an excellent job with that cache of utility and multiplying his presence. I think they're sensing there's 2 people here, if not 3, and they moved into this G2 mid-hold.
Okay, nice tether there from Monacy. It's a back turned off the first one. Nico from the corner, able to slide out, doesn't have to follow suit, but still thinking about it.
いや、うまいな。
Perfection, finishing off the half health
俺
there
も
of
スキン買おうかな、なん
Apex.
か。
Rob's never really given a chance to get active. Down to the 10 seconds, no bomb possession. Falcons jump right back to winning ways. If it's not for the individual heroics of the likes of Zaiwu,
あるぞ。
coming up
ファルコンズあるぞ。
so far all half long.
Yeah, I mean, some of the earlier rounds, it had to be a 3K from Magic.
あ
a 3K
アウプが
from
マジで
Monacy,
強
some
い。
really cool individual moves. This round, however, it's a perfect read, actually, on where they're going to take the round up to brackets. You look at this from Vitality's perspective, they would have been the ones to have to get the lucky 3K to get out of that. There's 4 players on A, all waiting for them at the top of mid on the default at around 35 seconds or so. Not much time to go back at all. That's the most outplayed that we've seen Vitality get so far this map.
They'll go 3 players strong into the apartments. One of the more dedicated setups from Falcons in app. So again, defense keeping things fresh. Not able though to come away with 2 kills. And Apex turns the pistol onto Tesses.
そんなことある？
Okay, why not? P250 shot that cracks this site wide open. First time we see that
そんなことある？
hard dedicated defense, and unfortunately for Magisk, it was a great setup, but he's not able to get a kill on the attack.
Awkward part is for him, man, there's a player jumping across, and that could have been Monacy holding for the second player and Apex or Magisk spraying down the first guy, but then it basically became Magisk too late to get the first kill, then had to flick to get the second kill. And it's not like you can tell Monacy not to take the shot. If he's going to hit it, obviously, that would have made sense. But the repeat is what cost them. And to be honest, that P250 kill, I think it was quick, but it had a massive impact on the outcome of this round.
Apex will happy to get one back. Yeah, that repeat and Zywoo's
Punishment by Zywoo.
His rifle is looking sharp at the moment.
Just getting some very strong frags versus Monacy. It's a question with Zywoo as well. How much better can he get? You know, I'd say if there's one way to describe him that stands out, I think you could say he's the most efficient Counter-Strike player.
今回の大会インフェルのピック多い
No
な。
wasted movement in his flicks, and that's what some of the flashier players have a little bit more waste, but then a little bit more style. Zywoo has basically no.
燃えない。
This guy is 100% sustainable.
Oh, careful though, they're jumbling up. That MP9 is gunning for them. The fact it gets denied. Oh, you take those. Nico, straight bullet into Messi's head.
すげえ強攻策。
Just another Nico headshot on purpose, of course.
Very messy round though. Kicksan had a bit of a death wish, but he knew he had them pinned in that corner, and from Zywoo's perspective, looks super awkward. He tries to jump up, misses the jump. Teammate bails in behind barrels with him. So a little frantic moment here in round 9, but we've still got this pack of Vitality players pushing Nico forward. We've got cover as well from beyond. Monacy team kill. Everything in front of him is dead.
He's got every kill, baby.
Simply slaughters.
いや、今日マジで強えな。
Bum drops in front of him, the fruits of his labor, and Rops will have to come tiptoeing out of the apartment's push to try to reclaim this.
Look at the half Monacy's got with that 3 kills. And the team kill, of course, that doesn't help, but
that is the epitome of Monacy go kill. Shouldn't be room for Rops to pull this off. But he picks the bomb back up, still has 30 seconds to work, and luckily for him, no flank yet. Him versus Monacy. First, no sir. 4 kills.
多分アップ広いやろ。
Multi-kills are not stopping
ザイオアップあるから。
soon by the looks of it.
yeah, that's some kind of ace if you ask
いや、
me.
モネシ強。
He killed Nico that round. That's not easy.
Check this out.
Catching the jump, too.
Not a team kill in my books.
強。
Shot to the back of the legs. So far out of this one, the only thing that's stopping Monacy are these Zywoo headshots, whether that's the deep AK peek on the B site when Zywoo gets his multi-frag, or as we saw, the Galil headshot inside apartments. Barring those moments, dude, Monacy's just seemingly not stopping.
Yeah, both these players, man. Some incredible rounds. This incredible rounds coming out of so many players on the server already within these first 9.
キーボード買おっかな。今さら。今さら。
Money almost doesn't matter.
なんかいいキーボードねえかな。
Vitality won with such a low buy in that previous situation. I'm a little bit apprehensive to call this a disadvantage, even though Apex only has a deagle.
FB かこれ。
7 non-consecutive round wins back and forth, so a real testament to the swings that have been
フレームズが
first half.
1キルだ。
A 10-2 T-side was Vitality's last going on Inferno versus Falcons in Melbourne. Things have changed.
Oh, they're not watching this properly at all.
おお
He has slipped fully underneath it. AK in front, Match is caught off guard. Somebody's got to recover here. This is so unexpected.
Oh, that's such a massive mistake. They weren't watching the default cross between the 3 of those players. They all could have had vision.
いや、なんだこのフィジカルだったらこう負けませんみたいな。クラスローも強えな。
That's just a massive mistake. I mean, they could have been playing, you know, the backside crossfire and just watching it. They could have watched it intermittently from the top of the balcony as well. So that's just a huge hole in the setup. I mean, it's the one gap that was available, and Vitality walked the entire way. But if you're going to play full passive like that, you better be watching.
こういうところはちょっとね、ファルコンズもったいないですね。
So even though Apex came into this round with a deagle, it doesn't matter.
Guns haven't felt like a limitation. There's clearly an improvement from Falcons, but Vitality snaked their way through with a 4th at least.
If we look at this again, I mean, how you should not be able to get this far up on his site, and nobody has vision of anything. I would say, you know, maybe it can come down to communication, because they see 3 players, all of them looking at each other, all of them they think eventually we'll get the information somehow, but maybe Tessus has the easiest option to take a safe position that's very good versus lane and just catch any walking players.
Flashes into brackets, gets Tessus awkwardly against the wall, hears them coming, can't stop it. And we get that 3-player starting pack towards B, trying to scramble through spawn. Magisk also dying empty-handed. Both of your A defenders down with nothing. And Nico unable to find timing on the vision, so Apex gets revenge.
He knows who's going to be spamming that smoke.
Sends one right through. And Apex nabs his 4th kill as Vitality take their 5th round with it.
You just get so much variety out of Vitality. Like you've seen 2 full B rounds out of spawn where they take control of banana and try to exec. Some of those don't work. They have the whole setup attack on T-side pistol, which they like doing. They've used, I want to say, the end of holes, the late mid takes, the fast mid takes, and the B takes almost evenly throughout this entire game, making it as difficult as possible for Falcons to condition them.
Off hits the ground and the money's in question. There we go. Clean sweep for Vitality to try to tie this up 6-all. One more round to go, but we're starting to see that killer instinct. It's all great and all that Falcons come in and show a marked improvement from the last go of it, but when you're, as you're alluding to, bringing in such variety and targets and timing.
So much variety.
Not only do you have to be ready for the start of this half, but you've got to be prepped to just change up as the half goes on, and that is where Falcons, I think, have had a hard time of keeping Vitality down.
This is the best Inferno team in the world, and nobody has a deeper playbook than them right now. Pretty amazing that Falcons still have a lead in this game.
Feisty looking Desert Eagle here for Nico. Frag grenades be damned. He tries to find a challenge. Zywoo steps up to the plate, continuing to be the best piece of this Vitality camp.
I've got no issues with the way that Falcons have performed their CT setups either, though. Good stacks. Been getting a lot of information. Individual players showing up.
All right. Apex locked in. Gets himself two.
Oh.
Aussie's Desert Eagle, the single frag, and poor Magisk rotates over with a smoke flash, 5-7, 1v4 at hand. And if only he could have kept the first kill clean. The bomb's gonna circumvent him, head over to the other side.
6の6っすか。
Again,
まあ
you
前
can try
半
to。put your paws on the best Inferno team in the world, but they show us variety. Vitality is variety. And for that, this half is tied.
You're supposed to be doing something. Hey, what the hell? I need you to count down, come up with teams.
さて、ハーフタイムですね。
3, 2, 1. Spirit. Liquid. Next. Patsy. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. Wow, I forgot about in history.
トイレ。
Ooh, in history. That was really good. 3, 2, 1. Spirit. Falcons. Kyosuke. Half point. Yeah, honestly. Honestly, half point. Oh shit, script spoiled. Damn it. Does he get that half point? That's a point. Oh yeah, I get a half point. Kyosuke? Sure. If it happens. Yeah. We'll have to edit it. Edit 6 months in post. 3, 2, 1. Big plan. No one. Xantares? No. I was gonna say Xantares, that never happened. No. Tabson almost happened. Yeah, but no. Nobody did. Okay. Whew. Dodged a bullet, man. 3, 2, 1. Fanatic. Olafmeister. I was gonna say Crims, but I knew that was wrong. Yeah, someone say Crims. Just been stuck there. Yeah, Olaf. 3, 2, 1. Heroic. Nip. Shush. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a lot of them. NA. Okay. Oh, okay. 3, 2, 1. Complexity. Breeze, Daps.
For a second, I thought you were listing players that had played for both, and I was like, how did I not think of all of these?
Yeah.
But no, okay.
Because I don't think there's any. So.
No. Cole and NRG, that's an interesting crossover.
Should we bet also for an extra point that you can do in post about whether or not we're right? I bet no.
I also bet no.
All right, let's do Brazil.
Okay, Brazil.
Because it'd be tough.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Legacy.
Pain.
Cold Zera. No. I actually don't know.
Lotto? Doom Out 2.0?
Oh, this one we might be wrong about.
We have to be wrong about it.
Okay, I will vote no.
Me too.
Okay, EU
team. Wait, I need to think of a good
EU
one.
org.
Yeah,
Me
like
too.
a good org.
Okay, I got mine.
I don't.
Oh, wait. That's already used. 3, 2, 1. Virtus
OG.
Pro. Flamus.
Never played
戻り
OG.
ました
It's just game release.
Just game religion, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
He's like,
66ですね
He would be.
66なん
I
で
don't think there's anything there.
後半戦入ります
3,
で
2, 1. Vitality.
13ラウンド取った方が勝ちなんで
I don't even know if I won.
Nail biter of a first half, 6-6 scoreline, and a lot of individual moments here that could show us this best of 5 has got a promise. Promise for fireworks, that is. Monacy, lights out. Clearly looking to get revenge as quick as can be, and a stark improvement on Inferno specifically could bode real well for this Falcons T-side endeavor. This T-side that never even had a chance in the last go of it, Mo. That was a 3-round half before Vitality swept them under the rug. So now we finally learn what Falcons have to offer in this head-to-head.
One thing is for sure, every time Vitality play this map, they know they're getting more studied. They know that their playbook, as deep as it is, can only go so deep, and that everyone is copying what they're doing. And for Falcons, they have firsthand experience with exactly what kind of game they're going to bring. We know that there's going to be a lot of mind games in the series, maybe none more than here on Inferno. And that's how we've seen Falcons have a much better first half in stellar performance here from Odyssey to kick off this series. But also some great responses for Vitality. But for now, it's just Apex alone in B.
Frag lands in the middle. Softens up a few. They'll find no resistance in sight. Maybe it makes you a little nervous about that flank, so Magus goes to take a quick glance at it.
バナナ来てるって情報が多分入って
Into
た
Banana. They're going to opt to go for this deep church control with 3 and 2 on new box instead.
They've got the fresh smoke here on Coffins. This is the big part.
Door is really open for this Banana retake. They're going to send more util back, flushes out those 2 players. New box kills are even. Apex takes the edge, but only momentarily. Magisk from the back of sight has
Lopez.
to help out. Rops on the prowl, has to close this distance, get his kills, and now he's got to keep it clean. That gun is low. 3 shots to pull off the frag, and that kit gives him a little more time. The T peaks, and he misses his chance.
What is happening? He's
3
switching.
bullets to pull that off, and he doesn't. So time decides. Falcons pistol locked in.
Damn, did such a good job of making that
ロペス焦ったな
happen, but it's actually all because of Apex.
いらない
that
ディ
this
フュー
comes
ズを出しちゃ
close.
ったよ
The guy who was on site did some damage with his HE. Obviously, they're hoping to have a 3-4 player setup on B with the attack being as early as it is.
まあわかるけど
But,
さ
in terms of how fast they moved out of the A site, went down mid. This is a more heroic retake of getting all of B control back really quickly. They did an excellent job getting in positions. Honest days work.
これよこれ2回やっちゃったよ
Duels
な
happening on the B site, but as soon as Falcons get the bomb down, they know they have the slight advantage.
Don't you dare pull that off, Apex. Jumping mag 7 kills. That's what we're doing here? You're gonna beat Nico with a USP?
That's actually absurd.
Talk about confidence. What a 24 match win streak will do to a man.
No kidding. Yeah. I think they've earned a couple peaks like that. And they get Nico to leave B. This is a pretty proper lane stack. If Falcons play this round correctly, They go into the arch wrap and they take it a little slower because they're really early to get to brackets, and then it's just a very hard round for the CTs to win. If they do just go straight into lane, I'd be surprised.
Looks like you're dead on. And maybe with the opening kill, they will keep the tempo up. P9 peeking short side, also done for, so it's all Robs, and Robs alone. And he's only able to get his one. Defense falters in this case. Team Falcons, it is just perfectly timed, perfectly executed, and just slow enough to minimize any sorts of mistakes. That cautionary tale of an Apex USP peak from Banana gets Falcons in the right direction.
That is it's been some pretty excellent calls here from Falcons. I mean, I'd say we saw an impressive T side in terms of all of the variety from in every round, even though they only ended up with a 6-6 half. But it's harder to really show off in terms of your setups on CT side. And a lot of what we saw were good gamble stacks and individuals looking comfortable in their spots. Now Falcons can really flex, I think, and show us what they can do now that they've swapped over to the offense. Not many teams have even made it this far versus the Vitality Inferno. That would be a huge shakeup for this series in general.
Yeah. No, I was thinking to myself, you know, Falcons wouldn't get a better chance than the one they did in Australia just by nature of how many match points they had on Nuke. But you take Inferno away as this one opens up, and we are suddenly in a whole new ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a UFC fight, a lot of people would say that's a split decision. If you want to just the quality of each even train, as Ades mentioned, they thought that that could have swung the way of Falcons too.
Rob's trying to test the waters here. He's not alone. Not everybody working with Kevlar, but that Apex Mag 7 still looking for a victim.
But the fact that Vitality make less mistakes is how they've won so many series. Their close series versus Mouse, countless maps actually have been extremely close for them in this streak.
No boiler test here for Rob, so yeah, these 5-7 kills, not as hard to line up. Apex still shotgun, and it finds the headshot. Beautiful track on a flying Magus.
Yeah, it allows Mezzi to get into position.
But at the same time, they then smoke off the two A-site defenders, and put Archside in question, and we get this Flamesy CT positioning.
They're just so low players now. Flamesy hears this smoke, and he thinks I can peel back, but he actually thinks they're actually leaving to go B. It's a Moto smoke, and they are expanding. But we are going to get into the final seconds of this round. 30 seconds to walk the entire way up Speedway, and Mezzi goes for the search.
Right, if you are the CTs with less to work with.
But he's running.
Yeah, he's going to find this out. They don't hear that?
バレたぞ。さあさあさあさあさあ。時間的に B です、これは。
All three players now barreling towards B side. Flamesy and Zywoo versus 3. A bit more damage, but do they write this off? Headshot in an instant.
Oh!
Doubles down, no chance. Time decides this one.
座右やりやがった。
As long as Apex won't swing, and with that Mag 7, no need. Vitality
強い。
Falcons to the opposite bomb site.
Man.
And from the depths of dark comes Zywoo.
That was really smart from Mezzi to go for the search, but I think what they anticipated in their mind was that Falcon smoked Moto and walked back down mid. And that's why Mezzi ran through CT. He kind of runs into the correct idea, which is that they're going to end B, but the clock becomes an issue
強すぎだろこいつ。
when they get into CT spawn with 30 seconds. It's another situation where they could have considered trying to wrap towards the A site, but Apex hit that insane Mag 7 shot, and they got a little scared.
Ooh.
But right back to it.
Ooh.
Wastes no time.
Oh my god.
Another instance of a terrorist in-game leader chewing up space on Banana. Ooh, how deflating of a situation that is. You pull off the round
さあまだわかりません。
and then suddenly 5v3.
バイタリティは3人でも強いですから。 一回下がったね。
This is all about how Kicksan wants to calm it. Oh, the molly. It's in the perfect spot. He'll get Kicksan to leave.
ああ、ミス。もったいね。
I don't know if that Nate would have done anything anyway, but I think the most important part of the round for Apex is that he pushed him back.
And he wins the duel,
man,
finishes it off.
The way they're searching for info, the way they did it with Mezzi last round, how Apex is doing it here.
It's one of the reasons that it's so difficult to keep Vitality pinned down. He's gonna peek in.
これで多分ベイはいない。多分ね、エイペックスがバナナの情報を取りに行ったんだと思うんだよ
Everything
な。
about these moves from Vitality were trying to push and goad Falcons into going towards the A site. They just
けどまあ圧倒的にファルコンズ有利ですね、ここは。なんなら金ない。バイタリティここ負けたら。
Bomb's going down on Grill, so it'll take some HE damage.
No spam to follow suit. It's Monis
Save
in
us
the
in
background to take damage. So 2 to
Ma
save
save
for
us again.
Vitality if they're allowed to. And Team Falcons bounce back from a sketchy round loss one prior.
Yeah, what we've seen from both teams so far in this game is they know exactly when to disrespect space being taken, and you know, when you really go back into early like CS:GO days, that was one thing that Fallen's teams were always the best at. When do we reclaim, and how quickly can we reclaim space if a team is just posturing but not actually going to take the map control and set up into an exec? And so far, I think from both Falcons and Vitality, when they have gone back to get map control, it's always been at the right time. They have never ran accidentally into a stack. They've had very good calling here.
いや、ファルコンズ
But
強く
Falcons
ね。
in pole position, 9 rounds.
強いわ。普通に強
And
いな。
Apex had to just watch in the kill feed as two of his teammates died here to Kicksan. Yeah. And you don't want to overanalyze that one. He sent out 2 players. Mezzi should have had the guaranteed trade. Kicksan was too nice with it on that Khalil.
Reality is he sends out 2 players that are struggling. 5 and 12 is Flamesy. 3 and 12 is Mezzi.
True.
So just not able to step up to the quality of kills. Falcons have pushed out. Magisk, though, gonna fall victim to an aggressive ROPS in the apartments that wastes no time on the retreat. They'll take that 5v4. With these rounds starting to get away from them, with the 2-round lead, I think you don't get egregious. No need for greed. A 5v4 feels comfortable when you're working with one of
俺
the
ア
two
パート
M4s
圧力
on
か
the
かってる
field.
んで、
You
取
still
りに
got
くいっ
that
すね。
util and
多分
MP9s
アパー
to
ト
defend this B site.
テセス
But
か。
again, I'll put them under the microscope. Flamesy and
こ
Mezzi
れで
gotta
アパー
step
ト
it
の
up,
圧力全くなくなったんで、
especially as
ま
ROPS
だ
falls
A 行
here,
ってもいい
putting
ぐ
a
らい。
question mark back on this half of the A site.
Tessus with
なん
a
だ A 寄った
phenomenal
ね。
last final for his T-side impact.
A3B1 になるね、これ。
.48 rating across the series.
武
just
器
on
は
T-side.
貧弱なんで。と言っても MP9 も
And a
強い
pretty
けどね。
massive entry. It rocks the map, but it actually only forces and encourages Vitality to reinforce A. Oh,
Ooh.
just that. Switching her gun for no reason. Flamesy dies because of it.
Zaiwu then has to
うー、
recover.
強い。
Monis is not gonna give them that
いや、
chance.
モ
Double
ネシ
entry
や
here for Monis.
21キル。これはやばいです
Only
ね
the。5-7 for Mezzi. Bomb on Nico. Nobody clears short. That'll catch one off. But you've got Tesses now towards Pit to keep him away from the Nico fight, supposedly.
And now it's a 2-on-2 retake. It's possible Kicksan and Nico are low.
Apex still smoked off. We're going to get Kicksan to attack from
さあ、
behind.
これで
That tethering is going to free up Nico, who has now hands busy. Apex tiptoes out from Library, gets the headshot, goes with the nade in hand, and it is Falcons to double digits. A near heroic moment from Mezzi, but if anything, a calamity from Flamesy.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, like, there's no reason to do what he did. It seemed to be checking on, you know, which piece of utility he was going to fall back on, but inspecting his gun. If he's going to hold the angle, you got to believe it.
I thought he was trying to cancel the inspect,
タイミングよ。
but I don't know.
Yeah, that totally could have been it. Either way, it doesn't matter.
A split-second decision at the worst possible moment.
Well, at the highest level of CS, it is just about timings.
Ouch.
Falcons found a good one.
Look what comes with it, right? Very comfortable looking around. You'd assume ROPS is going to continue to keep this apartment's pressure up, but there's usually a counterpart to come find him.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
ザイユが
players,
M4
so we got Apex
M4 拾
now
っ
just
たんで。
running back towards CT spawn.
けどアンチレコでマック10使っマック10AK 拾ったね。なんだね M4 M4 は拾ってねえわ。M4 ザイユ持ってる。まあけど
Now the Inferno streak is really in
A 行く
question.
ねこれ。
This round means the most. But
A
we're
サイトと
pulling guard
あ
entirely.
A4 人になった。これ
Only
もう
has
A
left
スタッ
the
クっす
net
ねこ
over
れ
on the。B site.
B
Flamesy
は
now
B
joining
来た
up
ら
on
もう
A,
しゃあないっていう考
hoping
え
this
だね。
attack ends A.
だけども刺
And
さるね
again,
こ
they're
れ
going。to try to prod it in the middle of the process. Zaiwu on that both down. Magis clean as need be. Desert Eagle of Apex only gets the one.
いや、
So
マジス
Falcons
クも
ready to
強い。い
burst
や、こ
out
れ、
through brackets like that. The team play, the trade
ちゃん
frags, it
と
is
待ってる
looking
ね。
solid. So solid that Vitality, that's right, world's number 1, can't seem to keep up.
12-0 on Inferno. They've been tested by so many teams, including Falcons twice, Maus twice. They've been 13-0'd Maus on this map.
Not one team able to get to double digits across those 12 victories
Wow.
of Vitality.
That's actually the most ridiculous stat of all.
Haven't lost this map since the start of February. It's a win streak that has existed almost as long as their match win streak.
Almost as long as the Roman Empire, actually.
Hand in hand. And because of that lopsidedness, because of the win streak they've established, we still have to give this one the credit it deserves. Vitality not down yet, but clearly a couple weak pieces undermining the foundation of this map streak. Spam on smoke just enough. And for all the success Rops has been able to find inside apartments lately, it's never been a multi-frag. It's been one and dones. He comes back at the second fight and tends to lose it. This time, 2 clean kills on his own. One of the more comfortable CT rounds that Vitality have been afforded. Tesses tries to test it.
And that's the active spotting that you want to see from the top of balcony. We saw that mistake from Falcons in the first half. Smoke at the end of long haul meant that they need to be a bit more careful about the approach. But again, Flamesy's individual level has been in question. He's now under attack.
Nico trying to chase it down. You've got Apex to help out with that flash. So
Nice.
Nico thought he had blood in the water to chase down Flamesy. Was right for the most part. But then Apex sets him up, and Flamesy gets to put a little bite behind that bark. I feel like a much-needed individual moment, much like that 5-7 double from Mezzi over on short. You know, you get into the depths of this game, all that pressure in the back of your mind, your individual levels betraying you. Now the 2 weakest pieces of Vitality have had a multi-kill round they should be proud of. Keep it up. Can they? That's the question. But this one's clean. 5 alive, good for the economy here at Vitality as they'll chop that Falcons lead down to 3 rounds only.
Very nice round out of Rops. It's an active defense, showing that even if you've got nothing to do except sit up here and twiddle your thumbs, you can still.
これロペスの位置がすげえいいな。
He had a fresh smoke at the end of falls. I don't know if Kicksound was totally aware of it. And the supportive utility from Apex has been fantastic throughout. You could definitely say there's a mental aspect as well to Falcons not winning the last time that they played. Maybe they felt it was too early, that they were just hitting a stride in a moment, and when the reality of the actual win came into view, that's when it started to get harder, and that's why they couldn't close the game. Whereas Vitality on the other side have been doing nothing but winning.
Tough one for Nico, but it goes both ways, and Flamesy's able to dodge it. And the difficult reality for Flamesy is, rough map or not, the responsibility is still on your shoulders. Critical for this B-site defense is him. Sometimes him and him alone.
What's the response going to be? This is actually a complete fake. Oh, they're changing their minds. 2 players staying here, 3 in fact, with the bomb. So it looked for a moment like they were going to cancel on the B attack. And as they come back to B, ZywOo starts to leave. The amount of utility is great, though, for Apex. I mean, they can have a 30-second smoke, a molly behind that smoke. And 2 flashes to support Flamesy, giving him another chance to get a multi.
Whoa. Dangerous Apex crossing the road like that in the middle of the execute. Puts another flash into the grill. Then he tries to play side smoke.
さあフレームズ1上がってる。
One Apex with nothing. Here comes that ZywOo rotate. I said him and him alone, and he gets 3.5 on the holds. Apex serves up a distraction. Flamesy delivers. We go 10 seconds on this. Tesses gets charged down, and so he still has just enough time to plant.
これマジェスクにかかってんな。
With an uncharacteristic
マルコンズはマジェスクにかかってて、
Hail Mary
これは多分
comes
ロペスじゃねえ
charging
な。
forward, can't finish the kill, and so we've got a
よく一回
post
やめたな、
right
プラン
here for
ト
the Danes of。
まあ音聞こえたん
Team
か。
Falcons.
いや、強っ。
Got
ちょっと
from
待って、ちょ
Tesses,
っと待って
clean as hell.
これ
And that's 3 to his name.
あ、強っ。
Right with it.
テス。
Huge on the T sides. We said there he is for 12.
The first team
どん
in
だ
the
け
last
度胸強いん
13
だよ。
games
なんでそ
now
こ
to be able to
覗
take
けるんだ
them
よ。
past double digits now on map point. Off the back of this play, it is not every day that you see ZywOo get caught off guard like that, but it's the fake plant at 11 seconds. When he's getting rushed down, ZywOo's mind, there's 3 players up, I can rush him. If he has to plant again and another teammate's
強っ。
close, there won't be that plant coming in.
純粋に強い。
He knew no one could help him in that spot. There could always be the temptation that hopefully they don't push me for real. I can get the plant down, I can fall back, wait for matches to come by.
これファルコンズマッチポイントですね。なんだろこれバイタリティピックやろ。バイタリティがピックやった
Australian Tesses.
マップ取ってるのは取ったらだけどすごいね。
Ready for it with Mezzi along the wall. ZywOo still first point of contact. But both operas inching their way closer to this duel. Team Falcons have done a good job of keeping themselves so close together to just overwhelm. But this time, op shot's clean. Mezzi's right there, doesn't overstep.
Yeah, he knows he's on cycle. ZywOo jumps right back into the angle.
Wants to get a second serving. And now suddenly being smoked off like this, Mezzi knows that he's probably going to have to go to bat. He still just keeps his eyes into the corner. Nico's been able to get up into Boiler. Oh, this is weird. A missed no scope. ZywOo hits the leg shot. Mezzi cleans up house. 2 kills like that. The first of 4 attempts to close, but Nico on the shadows plays around that smoke damn near to
この
perfection.
狭いところで何起きてんだよマジで。
Up 25 seconds. Magisk a little too late to the party. The first of 4 goes down. Mezzi holds his nerve.
What a crazy situation. We had ZywOo push through the smoke to help out their arch player with the op as well. Got a leg tag. There was 1 shot missed from Monacy. That was very difficult to land, but Falcons needed a little bit more. That was obviously Mezzi with his 2 kills that made the biggest difference. He was on point.
エコですね。エコラウンド。まあ、マジェスクだけなんで勝ってんだろう。
Vitality have been brought to overtime on a lot of maps and still come out ahead.
まあなんか秘策があるのかな。
Inferno's just not one of them. Haven't had to go that far.
Okay, damn near lineup. Flamesy gets the wallbang headshot in response. Very little to work with for the remnants of Falcons. Kicksan probably thinking maybe I can go grab that gun.
And Flamesy's not recovered his scoreline, but he's looking a lot more serviceable in the last few rounds.
Mezzi
Bit
same.
late to wake up. Yeah. It's a new host of problems here for Falcons.
これ AK 拾いに行きたいけどね。
You can only afford a slow start if you pick it up. What could be a sign of things to come for the Vitality overtime push, but we'll see, because now that AK has been put in the hands of Nico. There's a second weapon to grab on B, and Mohan, this A-site retake is looking real
さあ
cemented.
M4 も拾っ
Yeah,
た。
it's ZywOo who has to be the supporting grenades here for Flamesy. No more smokes, and it's a little bit early in the round.
I mean, you can see this duel coming from a mile away. Nico's still in the corner. If Flamesy's not cautious, and he steps into this.
No one's coming to help him yet.
多分見えたんだと思う。フレームズの位置も。
He has a molly for grill. He can
フレームズは一人しかいない。
rotation comes in, but this looks like it will be a full-on retake.
さあこれ B リテイクになりますね。
And so that second kit of utility rotates over on the
B
belt
リテイ
of
クになる。
Sonic.
わお。
They won't even use it.
CT
4-4
smokes
だ
seem
ね。
to fade. There's no grenades here for Team Falcons. There's 2 pistol players, and those pistol players could set up Monacy to go big inside of the church. Flamesy awaits this approach.
いい
Tesses with pistols alone start to get this done. And then suddenly Zywoo's got his response
いや
back.
ザイユーが
Rifles that
ザイユー
remain
が
here for Falcons. One of them
トレードまで
tucked
持
up
ってった。
close, the other over on second orange. Timing is key. And he nails it. So what do you know? Falcons strike first tonight. And what does this mean? An Inferno loss, a streak that comes to an end, and a bad omen for the Vitality camp.
It's a new day.
いい試合
Every
だ。
time you step in that server,
ちなみに
no result is guaranteed, and this time Inferno goes the way of the Falcons. This will not be a rinse repeat of their last meeting. This is a new matchup. All
じゃ
on
ねえや。
its
ちなみ
And
に
it was a
あの
massive scalp, you know, getting the win on Inferno for them meaning a lot coming into this
こ
match.
れ
You know, it's something they didn't. They got blown in the war.
まだまだあるんですよこれ。
So getting this win,
最大
they
5マッ
looked
プまで
very
やるからね。
prepared for this game. I feel like they played really great. They had a really good
最大
understanding
5 回や
of
るから
the
これ。
process. Basically, the banana control I felt was really great from Falcons. So getting this win off them must mean a lot to them.
joining us
5
here
回
on
やる
the
っていう
guest
こと
now,
は
we've got Mr.
3 セ
Dustin
3マッ
Ferret
プ勝てばいいん
all
で
the
す
way
よ。
around there. Maui, you know, we ran
今
out
ファル
of
コン
money
ズ
for his day,
が
so he's
イン
off.
フェルノ取ったんで、あとファルコンズはあと2マップ取れば優勝。だから 2マップ取ってお互い2マップ取れば最後ヌークになるっていう。次ダスト2やね。まあ、ダスト2はなんかカウンターストライクわかんない人でもなんかこのマップ見たことあるっていう人もいるんじゃないかな。なんならカウンターストライクやってる人はまあカウンターストライクね別に CSO でもなんでもその時代からやってる人でもダスト2はわかるんじゃないかな。次のマップに12分後ですね。
One streak dead? How did they do it, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, this is a Falcons team that they got blown out in their previous best of 5, absolutely destroyed on Inferno. People were thinking they have no chance in this series. They're just going to get destroyed. But this time around, they built on what they built on a couple of series ago. The previous Inferno matchup before that blowout was actually quite nice. It was a good game. They had some ideas, and sometimes it's easier to build from a loss when you get blown out. You see things that you can build on. Falcons saw quite a few things.
Now, there were some critical moments, some critical rounds that tilted the balance of this one. There was one you wanted to focus on here, Dupree, round 7.
Round 7 is for me a great example of how prepared Falcons came into the game. And I know Sonic, you know, I've worked with him. He's a prep-heavy coach. Just seeing the way that they have this mid setup, you know, they see Tessa swings for this one. He knows that he can probably get them in front of the first flash, getting the first kill. Monacy knows exactly where he needs to position to not get blind. Then he needs to play off Nico. He does a really good job of getting the third frag, and then actually just waits out, swings for the fourth one, and they completely shut down this mid control, which I have praised Vitality for doing so well, because they are just have their protocols very well underhand. And the thing that comes into my mind when you go into best of 5 is that preparation is so important. And I had a talk with Sonic backstage before we went live, and he said that no, he knows how it feels now to be against a team like Vitality. When we were in Astralis, you know, the whole thing about that you go into a map that the opponent has 100% win rate. What do you actually do in this given situation? And looking at, as you mentioned, they had an insane record on this one. It must be so hard to go in and actually figure out, okay, what can we do different from all the other teams and all the other defeats that they have given, like they didn't give up. So coming into this game, that Sonic seemed very prepared. He gave a really good speech to his players, and also the fact that they had a really good understanding how to coach things.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it kind of started right at the beginning. You know, I think it was a situation where one of the things that we pride this Vitality team on their T side is how good their banana control is and how good Flames is at that split pressure aspect, that top middle. And I really thought Falcons managed that so well, like the first, 7 or 8 rounds. It really was a labored effort for Vitality to get back into that half. I mean, I don't think they ever streaked together more than one round until the last 2 rounds of the half or something along those lines on gun rounds. But then when you flip sides, the other big thing for me defensively is, again, this is a team that has a way higher defensive win rate than any other team we've ever seen play Inferno and CS2. Yet they relied on a lot of heroics to win some rounds. Like, I think if Ziwu doesn't get those 2 Deagle kills in the back of Ace Fight, this game ends way earlier than it just did. So it's just weird to see Vitality look so much more uncomfortable than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, with the matchup in general, I think we're going to see that on a few maps that Falcons are one of the only teams that can really stand toe to toe with Vitality in terms of strategy.
これタイトル一緒に見ていこうにするか。
Having the four-man stack in that round you showed, having the players in the right position, Falcons can do that, and that's not something I see even from Mao's at times.
Now there was one round as well that you think went into this victory here for Falcons.
ここね、一緒にって見ていきますわ。
I was gonna say it was the turning point if Vitality won this. This is a really interesting round because we even had the casters.
あのね、FPS はね、何も考えなくていいよ。大会見るとき。
Vitality walk through it dry. They walk up lane. There's no flash. Nico's rotating in from the other bomb site. They're not.
けどね、俺、やっぱりね、FPS は何のゲーム、俺、まあ FPS の大会って俺、カウンターストライク以外で見るって言ったら、Apex。Apex を、なんか今最近 Apex の大会ってなかったっけ？なんかやってなかったっけ Apex。多分、大会やってんだよね、多分。なんか昨日だ、おとといやってなかったっけ？あれもね、見てておもろいっすよ、Apex も。俺は Apex そんな詳しくないけど、詳しくないって言ったら語弊があるかもわからんけど、そんなね、なんか、マップ、ここの次のアンチがこう来るからここに行った方がいいとか、そういう先読み全くできないけど、そういうのなんか見てておもろい、Apex も。なんならバロラントもたまに、ほんとたまに見るけど、バロもまあ見てておもろいよ。やっぱ FPS は完全に全部 100% わかんなくても、キルが起きればね、おもろいと思う。ほとんど。次にあるマップ、このダスト2です。俺今適当にエイム練習やってる。このマップが次の大会マップ。てか、FPS ってどういうルールなんてば、わかんない人もワンチャンいるかもわかんないですけども。まあ基本的に5対5対5でやって、マップを取りに行くような、簡単にはマップ取りに行くって言ったら、あれなんですけど、A と B を爆弾設置して、そのプラントやって爆破させた方が勝ちっていう、まあ、そんな難しくないですね。シンプルな、そんなにむずくないですね。何時からだ？多分まだだな。やっぱモネシーは最強か。 センシビティもっと下げるか。出てこなくね？出てきた。FPS やってる人いるかな？みんなどんぐらいの感度でやってるかな？ちなみに Apex と CS カウンターストライクはエンジン同じなんでセンシビティが同じっていう。どんなやっぱなんか気軽に一人でやってる方が楽だわ。てか、あと30秒で始まるわ。あと30秒ね。はい。この感度低いとこの振り向きが遅い。始まるわ。次、脱出ですね。さっきも言ったけど、今俺が適当にエイム練習やってたラストマップ、ラスト2。まあ、強いて言うなら、ここのマップはね、T が比較的有利なんですよね。T っていうのは攻める方。攻める方が比較的他のマップに比べて攻める方が取りやすい。
That might have been 20 seconds, but you know what? We will
I was taking up some of their time that they left
allow
me.
it. You know, just taking a little bit, tariffing them, perhaps, shall we say, on the time. We are going to head on into the matchup. We're not going to keep you any longer. It's history in the making here in this best of 5 final, the Blast rivals. And we got 2 rivals of everybody, Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, put them up, boys. Put them up. Ready to swing.
After you beat Connor and Magic. So it's just...
Oh, yeah, the ass whooping's coming.
Yeah.
I don't know about inside the server, though, but I mean, just an Inferno win streak that comes to a close, that is... I think Mike said it. The script has been flipped.
Yeah.
Right? We can't bank on what happened in Australia much longer. If the most lopsided map in that series is now a Falcons win in stark contrast. And I also agree with the desk here in the sense this is saying, you know, Falcons, one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. You look at the opposition that they beat.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
the
the
win streak's
選手
not
下げよう。
as long as what Vitality had on Inferno. But by God, Mo, they beat everybody on it except Vitality.
Oh, definitely. I mean, even
プロの
even their Inferno.
まあいいや、始まるわ。もういいや。試合見ていこう。多分 T がファルコンズかな？うん、T がファルコンズですね。T ということで、ファルコンズが攻める方。
Falcons know that they could potentially win that as well. The outcomes for today could be totally turned on their heads. And it's wild to think that,
これ B バサミ臭くね？多分この、ここから行くのと、こう行くので挟むんじゃねえのこれ。あ、違うわ。B と行った。これ割り目だろこれ。これ多分ここにスモークじゃねえ。こっからこう投げたんじゃねえ。あ、やっぱり。
Seems ridiculous. We'll see about Messi's form.
Will we? Rops is going to pick up the slack there. 2 kills to his name as he attacks out through the site doors. Magis going to put a quick end to Mezzi as he tries to emerge and ends up going down empty-handed. He'll be beating himself up about that missed opportunity to peel play.
さあ、3 on 3です。
The split never really comes in because Mezzi
B はリテイク難しいですね。けどピストルだとまだわかんねえ。マジスクが鍵だね、これ。裏取ってるけどもう早い。あ、バレた。これはもうきつい。マジスク裏取ったんですけども、もう早いね。リテイクが。
And even though Mezzi couldn't get his kills while he got that information, they still used it to their advantage. Nicely done here for Rops on his 2 frags, front facing at the door.
強い。強い。まあプラントしたんで買ってるっすね。武器は弱いけど。これ B ラッシュなんじゃね？おっと、ロプスが落ちた。これは B ラッシュが刺さってる。さあ、3 on 2。だけど HP が少ない。ワンオンワン。ワンオンワンです。さすがザイユーですね。
Sneaking into the back of the site. They know they had done considerable HE damage from this Apex HE as soon as Mezzi got a kill and another player down to half HP. So I think in the back of their mind they knew it was 3 players below 50. We can make this happen and also stop the money from coming in. Nico will pick up a scout again.
Falcons looking to keep Vitality pressed early. These continuous buys and smoked out his Apex, so no vision for Nico, just trying to keep the push honest, and there's nothing there on Cat.
けど買ってるんだね、ここ。ファルコンズ。
Falcons, maybe the best Dust 2 team in the world, love to make it cat plays. Everybody knows this at this point. It doesn't mean that they don't have their own variety, but they're going to come back to this move late into the round, earlier on, many, many times. It's an eerily quiet map here, I think, from Falcons' perspective. Letting the mid walkout take place. These nades, that's actually putting them in danger right now.
Ooh, good swing out from Mezzi, but Monasty's collecting kills in the meantime.
3on 3 あ3on 3だ
Pack of players that creep out through doors. They come away with a man advantage.
Look at that bait, man. They had Apex throwing his utility onto Cat because they had a player up there pretending it was going to be a late Cat play.
Flamesy's position. Oh, it's a bit
ロペスは B だ
labored
と思ってるから
considering
多分
M4 versus Falcons, and
普通に張る
down he
ね
goes.
That was such a good bait. Now
Lucky to
Rob's
finish off Kicksan, I suppose, but you've got the clutch for Vitality in the play. And Tesses isn't even able to get off of that site. This position,
Oh.
unbeknownst to Robs, you see it catch him off.
取っ
And
た
a tip of the hat to Magisk, who steps up in another critical closing moment to put Falcons first on the board.
Yeah, it's not even Apex who dies first. It's another player on the ramp, but they have their guard down about mid. We see Monacy take this peek right here again because both players are gearing up for some kind of cat play. There were set of grenades being thrown. They did not have vision inside of middle. There was no way that Mezzi could have peeked that, and he only had an MP9. They didn't have the utility to reclaim mid control, and there could have been scopes on the other side. So that's a sick call out of Falcons.
おっとこれ見たことある作戦なんだけどこれスピリットもやったろこれなんだろスピリットの時ビートのやつも攻めたからないやいいもろす
Excellent, man.
ちゃんと警戒してる偉すぎる偉すぎるちゃんと警戒してる
Not to get caught slipping or asleep at the wheel.
てかあれ足見えるまあ上の方あれ
This is a scary looking
上から見る方が先に見えるんですよ
Both
ね
teams have just put us some just amazing world-class rounds, like tactically speaking, individually speaking, and
上にいる方が先に見えるん
look
で
like the better team
あれ
so
は
far.
まあ足が見えたってことですね先に
We'll find out how long that lasts.
ちゃんと燃やすの偉っあそこ
Looks like this one will also be a success. Wide open long, no one on A for the moment. Falcons hoping to catch them coming up cat or going for a mid B. As they squeeze out of these doors, they won't see anything. Apex will not be able to help this round go forward. And Tessa's he's
タイミングだね
This will only speed them up, I think, after they hear these footsteps.
Lady Luck doesn't seem to be on Apex's side.
これね T もね金ないんで借りに行かねえんじゃねえかな
It's been lady information too, right? It's Falcons taking advantage of their blind spots in the last round. And Kicksan's just doing a bang-up job calling, like where they're ending rounds and everything. And I know with the two new voices on the team, they're getting a lot more direction in the mid-round and everything like that. But we've heard Kicksan on comms. He does take control of situations.
これ足が見えちゃんと燃やすの偉い
Running an early risk into the tunnels like that's one thing if you take the fight on your terms, but it's just the fact Falcons go
まあ
through
フレームズが
appropriate
AK 拾ったんで
countermeasures,
まあまあまあいやけど
unravel Vitality's
まあ
idea.
本当は取りたかったラウンドなんだと思うけど
Starting to feel like this will not be an easy day in the office for Vitality.
Kicksan was doing a fantastic job in the original Heroic Core. He was doing a decent job considering the players when that core moved over to Falcons. And now he's got all the players that he could possibly ask for to honestly put up championships. Between Monacy and Nico, we watched Dallas, we watched
Wow.
the World Final. We understand like the impact that these two players can have alone.
It's a good scout shot from Apex to get Monacy down to 34. Ooh, and Flamesy's going to capitalize on that early damage. Finds first kill, and Nico returns the favor. You might be able to find a fight.
武器変えるんじゃね
With the flight after. Apex Apex continues to try to find another opening.
No commitments just yet, but it's a B lean here for Falcons. With not the best guns in the world here for Vitality, you almost want to see a little bit more movement. Like, let's say this becomes a long play. At least now Zaiwu and Mezi are joining up. But obviously the weakness becomes Cat with no one here.
ロペスが B いないって判断したから APEX がミッドに寄る。
Does he leave in time? Looks like it. Tessa's trying to join up as well. Will Robs be able to find anything?
ロペスがも
No, they're also beyond
うかなり
him as
後ろを取ってい
well.
る。
Still keep this pace up and find them because now they're starting to stall out to use that utility. Nothing's going to slow them down though once they hit, right? It's just Mezi kind of leaning back, but they're already going to be on that elbow. So they get onto sight. Robs does find timing, at least killing the flank. And then that scout of Apex connects again.
Whoa.
Second here from Apex. He's done a lot in this round to push Magisk into an awkward spot. It's an op on his back. And so this MP9 creeping up's got him dead to right.
これエコラウンドで。
The right moves at the right time.
I honestly, I was looking at that round and I was thinking, I wish Vitality just did the same thing but sooner, but they still get there because Falcons go for the full on cat attack.
ロペスが B 詰めたんでもう B はないっていう情報が取られたの。取られたのがね、挟まれた要因ですね。
That's pretty solid considering how separated they were about 15 seconds before that.
To pull it off with the lesser guns too. That's another moment where Apex is getting good damage so far this series. We saw him kind of picking up the slack that Flamesy was leaving on Banana of Inferno.
ファルコンズヒーローバーやってな
Now
い。
here he is, that early scout shot that let Flamesy get the AK kill and suicide. 2 straight up kills from ramp when things started to feel like they were going south.
まあこのマップは他のマップに比べて
It's one of my favorite things about say Major.
マップが広いんでスナイパーが強いんですよね。
Sometimes he'll just have this like takeover moment. A true leader of men in that regard, and there's no denying that Apex is one of those individuals personality.
多分一番広いんじゃねマップで。
In a similar way tonight.
Yeah, and lately, man, Apex just coming
あ、
into
や
his
っぱ
own
り
individually. That's
買ってるね。普通に買ってるな。
seeing now. So almost a full buy. Magisk unfortunately only has a Deagle to work with. Other than that, 2 teams in pretty good shape. But it'll be Falcons with no money left if they lose.
So.
Vitality really minimizing themselves this round in contrast to the last.
Oh, it's so annoying to see those smokes when you're not playing close to them. This could be lurks that come out that make you pay later. We're going to send Mezi to go investigate as the additional B player, and Nico's here to make some noise. Throw just a little
さあスローで A 行ってるね。
Apex starts to move over to A. He's not going to be tricked. Flamesy from the pit. He'll be relying on a flash. He has no nades for himself.
It's that Deagle first. Goes down with nothing. Rifle to follow suit. So effective trade out of Tesses. Zaiwu's got a chance to shine here. Waiting.
うわ、反応早い。
So well. Monacy straight up bested. Nico's got his cat play going.
おっと、待って、ニコが。
Long may have been held back, but Catwalk falls the way of Nico. The jump up is not denied though. Mezi's getting in with his.
Oh, bad smoke.
Huge gap.
バットスモークやね。
No, he can't stop them from getting over.
待って、裏取ってね。ロペスが裏取ってる。
Now a little tunnel vision as suddenly this long attack's going to catch the Opera sleeping. Robs just cranks the tempo and Mezi cranks out 2 headshots.
Nico be pissed about that. He jumped up on the fast cat and Mezi. He didn't realize he was being watched the whole time, but it is a few bullets missed and a few bullets too many. So Nico's 2K ends up being in vain. At least they get a bomb plan out of it in the end. But this is a situation they could have won. It's good flash.
それ当てんのやばすぎる。
But after that kill, you'd think it would be over. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he had landing inaccuracy with the way the bullets were going there.
Frustrating, of course, after 2 clean executions on the previous A defenders.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. Well then.
And again, a feature of this event for Falcons definitely been Magis, just been consistently getting better kills. He's really stepped up. And it'll be another harder round here for Vitality. They know that it's a save. They know that they spent all their money in this previous round, but still 5v4 for Falcons.
B やね。
They gotta stay sharp.
That's all he needed to see. Sliver of Magisk with that Desert Eagle.
He's the only player in this game with unlimited focus. Like he could, if rounds were 5 minutes long.
これ2個がワンタップキル取ったらすげえけどな。
Apex trying to do the same thing here on ramp.
取ったそんなこと言ったら取ったんだけど、やべえこいつ。さあ、これで B じゃない A ですね。武器は貧弱だけど人数は多い。さあ、これはわかりませんよ。
And now Vitality has to figure out a way to retake because you've got 2 guys emerging from the depths of spawn. Zywoo's doubling back from long now. Robs finds his first one. The retake starts to get going. Of all the Deagles out there, it's a Glock kill. Tesses does the same. 2 Glock frags, 2 Deag kills. Nade down to 44. Zywoo working with the kit. Times of the essence and he gets him. Jumping out to try to take the spot. Zywoo is the hero of this one.
Yeah, big time.
But costly.
で拾った武器がグロックなんだけど。What?
Nice shot out of Magisk. Beautiful shot out of Nico. He said, "How does it connect? How doesn't it connect?" Well, there, it does. And Tesses, he actually did have a chance of winning that if he just assumed it was a fake. If he let Zywoo stick, that'd be fine too. He had a Glock in his hand, but.
これだからデザートイーグルは腹立つんだよ。
Falcons running through these timeouts. Trying to get this T side in order. Oh, and how the story changes if Vitality and their Dust 2 streak after their Inferno streak. I mean, just gloves off, man, these 2 teams. I think that would be the best outcome possible.
I mean, I'm trying to think to myself, like, what would set us up for an even better clash as this first season of 25 comes to an end?
Yeah.
You know, we're going stateside soon with a couple of events. And there's no way these 2 teams start to build a grudge match.
We are at rivals.
Aptly named. They both set themselves apart from the top 4 in the space at the moment. Again, there's been a lot of space, I think, taken by Falcons on this catwalk hit. Zywoo damn near clipped by Nico, who then drops first. Zywoo comes out, emerging, ready, probably because that flash puts him on high alert.
Ah, soか.
Yeah. So they'll try to redirect, and they'll do it pretty swiftly. Into mid. It's one thing to put this wall of smokes up.
俺はなんとも言えん。
Somebody closed door, but Mezzi's supported by Apex, and unless Magis plays this late, there's really nothing behind it.
This is an excellent setup from the CT side. If it is a mid B, Apex will reload in the smoke, but that just drops the guard of Magisk.
Perfect.
Now it's on Robs. He's playing Hummer, but he has teammates to allow him to do this.
これ FB でロブズ覗くんじゃね？覗かない。
Very clearly aware of what's to come, now confirmed by that full-blown exec. Apex, it's a little awkward, but Robs just buys his time to perfection. Him and Apex assist one another for both those kills on the hold. Monacy's gonna go down with nothing. All 5 Vitality as they go 6-2 on the lead of the CT half.
So good. I mean, I like that setup. We don't even see it that often, but someone jumped up over the mid B smoke because so many rounds Falcons have either walked out mid or just thrown their lurk smokes knowing that Vitality just aren't there. This is one of the first times we get a closed doors being played, and Apex standing behind it as well. They could rotate off to A if they need to, and still, you know, you can fight off of CAD and work on retakes from CT spawn and do a lot with HEs. It's kind of a site that works in that way. Some sites you play
2本しか取れないのきついね。
And this way they also can rotate quickly to help out the B site, which I think is something that versus Falcons game plan
そういえば
specifically
コラボ来たもんな。
should be explored even more. Helps out that Zaiwu, you know, doesn't get tricked by Nico, perched up on the cat bricks early on in that round. Falcons actually started to get smashed here.
Yeah, and as this half's gone on, we've just seen like a good
see these same smokes.
Yep.
The same
俺はコラボよりも
The only thing that works out here for Vitality, they actually start 2 and B.
あれだわ。無料で毎日拡張ボックス10個開くのがでかすぎる。いやー。 わお。
To milk it for a little more. Kixen gets back with his Tech 9 down beneath window. Desert Eagle right between Apex's eyes. And so man advantage taken off that one. Falcons looking comfortable on sight, but for how long? This retake's not far away.
これリテイクきついやろ。
Flash fully, but they won't know it. They are so ready to jump on it. They can hear it. And so Kixan decides now's enough. He'll swing. Shave one more off. Flamesy, Hail Mary moment. Bomb at the halfway point. No
セーブじゃね
no nades.
ザイユのアップ拾って。いや、拾えないか。
Chance in with so many bodies layered up. So despite Rops and his best efforts from backplat getting 2, it's Mezzi on car dying empty-handed where Falcons find space.
Yeah, unfortunately they did need that third rotate over.
ここ飛ばないんすよ。
Died, but Rops couldn't have done a better job in baiting attention towards him while Mezzi's in a very good spot back there on car. And the only reason to highlight the follies here for Vitality is Falcons come into this round with almost nothing. Like they really were just hoping to get a bomb down, maybe a couple of kills, and they come away with the whole round.
タイムアウトっすね。なんかコナンやる気でねえ。いや、コナンのファンには申し訳ないけどな。コナンはなんかな、あんまり乗り気じゃねえんだよな。なんか逆に分かってないアニメの方がいい気がしてきた、俺。
But yeah, also like this is a situation. They have 2 and B versus an anti-eco. It's a fine setup. Just one rifler gets nothing. That's gonna happen.
強。
This is one of the sites that you don't want to play retake on.
Gen-san, わかるコナンちょっとやる気起きないよね。
いやけど俺だって小さい頃見てたよコナンは。別に嫌いじゃないよ。別にね見てたよ俺コナン。小さい頃。だけどねなんかねってなる。コナンには罪ないよ。
They gotta have some reaction because you know there's gonna be mid play here from Falcons again. They were getting away with it way too much. But we're not seeing the smokes come in quite yet. Bombs rotating back around towards long.
割り目だね。この上に乗るやつ。これで A なの？
And you can see Mezzi on the other side of it. Apex trying to find a way to get to A.
Unannounced. He dinks both. And the spray's then an easy cleanup. Monacy just wants the bomb back before Zaiwu takes a glance. Here comes Nico.
C4 落ちた。
Monacy now dead. No way you're getting that bomb back. Surely not at 25. Nico has to understand this one's fizzled out in front of him. Tess successful out towards middle.
これは無理で
That
す
is
ね。
Flamesy. Because they go for it unannounced. Matt just trying to clear both sides. His barrel gave Flamesy all the warning he needed.
Flamesy picked a great
この M4 5番ぐらいします。5番ぐらいするんじゃないこれ。
a few ways you can play
この
logs that
ス
are
キン
all
だけで
great
5万ぐ
for
らいするは
one
ず。
fight, and then after that, it just gets scary because they can run alongside the railing, go out wide. They can smoke to cross right in front of you and fight you in the pit, and that's when you're certainly going to die. But this spot is fortified by the fact that they still have Zywoo on the ramp, and Apex now feels comfortable playing more towards A because Mezzi's outside of mid, right around the smoke. So he's getting info back at the same time. And even though it's actually a new threat here for Falcons, they try to change it up a little bit. Vitality are still one step ahead.
あ、これ真っ暗覗くの
Smoke boost in mid, but it's going to be the all-in long. Kicks and emerging with the
おい
There's Lady Luck.
He ate every flash too.
But mind you, he did know what he
え、
wanted.
ザイユーの
So
見てる
to
とこ
track
や
down
らしい
Apex,
な。
This is big though. Zywoo kills the one player who's going in pit, so they don't actually have to fall back.
ザイユーのアップ止めないと多分勝てねえぞ、これ。
Falcons will still take up the space. Monacy sliding down into pit. Lets them know where he's at. We could have a battle of the offers if not for all this
じゃ
pressure.
あカーもやさねえの
Can he serve up a distraction? A collateral shot here that keeps Nico standing on 16 health. Smoke in anticipation.
No way.
There's certainly a world where they write off the thought of a second rifler back there.
いい
Zywoo
当たってんだけど。
more damage. Understands exactly what they're trying to get off with.
It's like he can see what we can see. He knows that this push is going to come out.
Covered. Flamesy barrel to the back of Magic's head. Zywoo full confidence. In
いや、いい
holding
スモー
this
ク。
down. And Monacy the entire time has
Yeah.
been trying to find a way to counterpick.
そうそう、俺も二段
Has
差で考え
seen
た。
Zywoo. He's watching his teammates fall like flies.
It's incredible. He's like literally, he's telling Flamesy, just be calm. We actually have the situation. We don't have to move. And has somehow avoided this scope.
I mean, if he outduels Monacy, no way.
Out in the open too.
Zywoo in full control of the situation.
このゲームもうこのスモーク一つで
What would have broken
止まるんだよ
a
ね。
lesser man
Yeah.
is nothing but a free meal for Zywoo.
I mean, what he misses in flash, he gains inefficiency.
てか
and
スナイパーが
just-
強すぎる。
Just ideal moments here over and over again. And even this early peak, he knows they're about to put pressure on him, but it almost seems like a bad idea to go for a peek when you've just gotten spotted. Well, he knows they're going to set up a molly first. And I think at that point, Monacy had already snuck into pit. I don't know. The way he understands this game is it's just unreal. Apex
ツーアップ
gets
だ。
by the guard.
スナイパー
I'm
2
not
本
sure
なってる。
if Monacy spotted that.
Ooh, jump though.
Yeah, that's an accident.
Monacy still hasn't reacted to it
い
really.
や、エイペックスがやらしいとこいる
Just
な。
get away with that? Yeah, he did. Oh, he's lucky,
But
man.
he's gonna milk this one.
Not only for the timing, but also for the jump. Apex, no triple kill, but still a huge individual moment. He called Kixan lucky for the last headshot, decides to take this round into his own hands with a nice convincing top mid double kill. Poises Vitality nicely for a 9-3 CT side. A good improvement as well from those that were at the bottom of the barrel. Flamesy and Mezzi
Yeah,
step it up
Vitality
from map
強え。
1 to 2. And Vitality in the score line do the same. A 2v4 attempt for Kixan and Tesses.
This has been shockingly good for Vitality, woken up entirely after Inferno.
Tesses full exposed by that flash. Flamesy invites them inwards. And Kixan's gonna hit the ground, so a Tesses Desert Eagle, all that's between them and a
時間がない。
lead at the end
30
of the
秒。
half. The question today was will streaks be broken? And while you'll have to watch all day long for that win streak, Inferno drop first. I'm sure it'd be real nice for Vitality if they could get one back. Falcons, a convincing, albeit shorter win streak on Dust 2. Tesses tries to zone them all together, but too many bodies in the way. There it is. 6 rounds the difference, and a comfortable half for the Vitality camp.
前半終了っすね。これ攻める方がある程度マップ有利なんですけども、攻める方が3本しか取れてないっすね。ちょっときつい。ファルコンズはきついね。バイタリティはかなり有利な試合の運びなんじゃないかな。きついね。3本はちょっときついんじゃねえか。 あ、そういえば俺あれ、もうコラボの10連引いて、回答キット出たわ。いいのか悪いのかわかんないけど。回答キットあれ、なんか、どこで使えるかわからないけど。なんだ、回答キットのあれ、進化前の方が俺好きなんだけど。イラストだけで言うなら。10連引いて、1体出たわ。
ゲンさん、今はそんな使えないね。
うん、まあ、多分眠らせとくけど俺は。なんか当たってもなんか嬉しいって思わなかった。なんかなんなら前回のコラボなんて俺一体も当たってないよ。当ててないよな。多分俺前回のなんだっけ ?2 次元だっけ俺当ててないよ多分。一体もあれ。リリアだっけリリアとかなんか当ててないはず俺。30連ぐらいやって出なくて諦めたもんな。もう今回は10連引いて当たったから、まあもういいかなってなってるけど、ワンチャンまた1週間経てばもう一回引くかってなるかもわかんない。基本的にはもう一回引くかってなる。さあ、あと10秒でハーフタイム。休憩時間、まあ終わりっすね。けどね、結構アニメね、世界でも人気っすよ。このプロの人たちのプロロフィールのアイコンとかアニメキャラとかいますよ。
ゲンさん、これ生放送。
生放送っすよ。何人見てんの今。11万人見てるっすね。これデンマークでやってます。デンマークの今多分あっち何時なんだろうね、デンマークに。うわ、モネシー。このゲームの高い、このゲームスキン高いんすよ、めっちゃ。強っ。強っ。
Thing is, with the tale of Vitality as of late, it's all about how the floor of the team has risen and they're all just playing this great CS. That's the formula we have here on Dust 2. That's why Vitality had the comfortable lead that they did. They were able to tap back into what allowed
11万人見てるっていうけど、モンストの多分
to grow to the greatness that it did.
あれも人結構見るよな。
A very legitimate comeback
モ
if
ンストなん
Falcons
だ
can pull off the CT side.
フラパ近いよね。フラパのリアルタイムとかめっちゃ見てたイメージあるわ。公式チャンネル。どう当たんだ。俺、ルシファーが、ちょっと待ったな。ルシファーが重心化回だっけなった時は、リアルタイムで俺モンスト見てたもんな。ちょっと止まりますね。みんな止まってるわさ、これ。あ、みんな止まってるわ、これ。
Here on this legendary map. But speaking of taking their time, Vitality just in front of them. And they just make mincemeat of that one. Magisk on the window. All you gotta do is hold back the Zywoo scout. You can already see this natural rotation of the SMG players coming through to try to close quickly. They will do exactly that. One casualty in the form of Kixan, but what a perfectly timed pinch.
They were the
まあ結構
spam in the sandwich.
Ooh.
やっぱ日本のアニメってすげえんだなとは
Big
思
bag
う
of
was a big one.
いろんなプロの選手とかみんながみんなではないけどキャラクターのアイコン使ってるからアイコンってかキャラクターの画像をサムネにしてるもんな
You know what they say about people with big feet?
Hairy feet.
That's Frey after all. Incendiary here for Robs. No chance, buddy. You want to exit long? Tesses has other ideas. He's really just controlling them.
強い
You know, we want to praise that whole T-side Tesses endeavor. Well, defense looking rock solid as well. And I think that was one of the fairer questions about this, whether Tesses could keep it up like he did in Australia. You know, one of the key takeaways for me in an interview since was him saying, like, with the stars of Monesi and Nico now next to him, there's no pressure on me to perform like a star. And
さあ
within
3の
that,
9
you
から
know, he
6
kind
の
of
9 まで
comes
来た
out from the shadows
You know,
and
he
hits
almost,
hard.
you know, he almost felt weird about saying it, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like I need good players to play well. But I played so exceptionally well, it's actually kind of cool.
Yep.
Like I was actually better than them. And yeah, that is the interesting part about Tesses, but you always appreciate. And I mean, it's easy to be honest when you're
あこれ
confident.
倍
and
で
it's
すね
easy to
買
be
ってますね
confident
武
when
器
you're putting up numbers like he has, having that performance. But
さあモネシーは
Tesses
もう
is
ア
a
ップデ
player
し
that
て
has
る
been growing over the last 3 years. Every roster that he's played on, he's contributed, improved, and changed in his roles. And his upward potential is still sort of untapped.
Monesi looking real
あ
comfortable.
ーっと外した
Apex just the top of his head over the barrels. Luckily for the defense.
あ
Ooh, Nico actually drops the chance at going off of the Kixan double kill. I was gonna say
It's
oh,
yo-
one other side of mid. It was a successful push into tunnels, surely here by Kixan, but everything else goes south.
いやー
What
リ
is
ロ
their
ード
Messi spawn, asks
これ
Kixan.
ワンチ
We've
ャ
all
ンこれ
been
メ
there.
ジ死ん
Plus,
で
he
たら
had
こ
the
れワン
bomb.
Yeah.
If Kixan's ready and
まだあった
wins
ぞ
that duel, this round goes right back up into the 50-50.
I guess one of those situations.
あーこれ
how
ビ
did
ーった
you be
ね
ready? And now they're watching behind them, but there's a timing here for Tesses. He might get a clip off. He
よっ
might get 2 clip offs, in fact. And now it's a one-on-one. Mezzi has the B side to himself. He has all the time in the
さあ
world.
1-1
Where do you want to play from? Tesses can come from anywhere. He's going to play.
What's he grab?
What? Out on the scaffolding, in the window. He's spotting.
Molly flash, no kit. Duel right here. I love this reposition from Mezzi. Tessa seems more
メジ
concerned
の
about
場
the
所が
site,
やらしい
picking up pieces for the retake. Hasn't even looked at scaffold once. Oh,
Mm.
there it is. Creepy stuff from Mezzi. Crouches down behind half scaffold and makes sure that this 1v3 from Tesses isn't pushed over the line.
Nice
そこにいると思うんだよな
timing for Tesses, but
俺も思わねえもん
excellently played from Mezzi. And it was just active enough that, like,
これ2個これやってたらワンチャンあったね
Mezzi had that site for a long time.
座
He
右が
was
強い
last spot at top of mid. He could be making a play by like playing outside the site. And if Mezzi, if he's playing on top and way too flush with the wall, he's gonna get hard cleared and killed. So just the right amount of confidence right there at the way that Mezzi takes the duel. And Tesses knows it. He's had a feeling.
Quickly out onto the blue box. Vitality playing with a certain vigor at this moment. Already a lot of bodies on this long corner to test Monesi perhaps. But a shuffling defense as Vitality wastes no time. I mean, they're not hiding this. Molotov onto the car.
Oh, they're
さあ
so
木
far ahead
抜
of
け
this.
る
Creep 3 players
スモーク
already
抜
ahead
け
of that
て
smoke. Talk about how comfortable Vitality could
これ
be.
は A です
They're
ね
gonna have to do it again, and he's gonna drop with nothing. Monesi looks to be the difference maker on this one. Knows he's on the ramp, can wait just a bit, but he misses that chance and gives up half his health in the
これ
process.
リテイ
The
クきつ
kickstand
いでしょ
climb up could be a threat. Nico's boost, perhaps.
The smoke's in such a weird spot. It's so deep. There's 2 mollies here for the CT side. But they can't let this go on too long.
And that's fine. You've got Monesi with an incendiary coming from catwalk soon enough. Mezzi with a lesser weapon takes that quick look over the ledge.
Oh, a long smoke.
That could spell disaster.
これ抜ける
for
まさか
Falcons. Are they still gonna go for this? Nico threw off the flash. Zywoo covers.
でも時間が
You've
ちょっ
got
と
3 more players.
いや
Mid shot from
あるぞ
Monesi.
APEX だ
By Magisk. Apex slips up, hits the headshot on the one.
He's going for the
Kicks in. 2 seconds. Knifes out. Can't Oh! Gets it, and now that bomb pops. Vitality, just barely.
Last possible frame, and he gets that wild knife kill in the smoke. Oh, he's psyched about that. 4-11 rounds too. Had to be then.
よくキルしたな。
Doesn't get any more tense than that. What? How? It reads 0 on that? It was 0-1 in the first shot, and then on the replay it's 0-0. Worked us down to the final frame. The last tick. The last damn sub tick.
これはファルコンズ圧倒的不利っすね。金ないやろ。ファルコンズ。
It was always, you know, there's specific ticks, but now it just gets a little bit more complicated, maybe a bit more precise. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to do that in CSGO.
Just living in the sub tick, baby.
Yeah, seriously.
Just like Monasty's quick scopes. Could not have been closer. The scoreline, not the same story. Vitality, 5 rounds, they pull ahead. And you can see the economic problems for Falcons with the double scout.
Ooh.
Oh, what a response out of Modesty, man. 1 for 1 here to Apex. I don't know if Falcons have any timeouts left, but surely everyone's going to be rattled after that last round. Nobody knew who was going to win until that final moment. Testes lining up a shot here with the Deagle, but he's alone. No support from the A side at all.
熱い。
It's getting too hot in here.
熱い。熱い。
He's hanging on for dear life.
熱い。
And as you'd expect with that much fire at your feet, tough to keep the crosshair on point.
There's only been 2 teams on this streak for Falcons that have brought them up past double digits. Vitality will now be the 3rd. And Vitality were the only team to take them to OT on this map.
Now 見えたね。いや、同じですか。
Since this round's gonna go Vitality, we've gotten word from our producer, in-game tech took a look at that defuse.
Yeah.
He says the clock in game is 0.00.
0.00.
I mean, we're down into the thousandths of a second.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's insane.
さあ、バイタリティこのままいけばマッチポイントですね。まあまあ、ほぼマッチポイントみたいなもんだけど。
That's the last tick. In CSGO, that was the last chance. It's the last thing that you'd be able to see on the screen before defuse comes in. To the thousandths of a second here. With that knife stab.
さあ、12の6。バイタリティ圧倒的有利。お互いにこれ、お互いに選んだマップを落とす可能性あるぞ、これ。さっきのインフェルノは、バイタリティがピックしたんで、バイタリティが選んだマップで、多分これファルコンズが選んだマップやろ、ラスト2は。
Little bit of time to cool off. Sonic getting in the mix, the most important moment possible. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot to work with. We have an MP9, 3 Famuses here, and a Scout for Falcons to put up a final stand.
このトイレ行きたくても行けないパターンね。一試合が長いから。
Possible in this series for these first 2 maps. Both teams potentially ending each other's streaks. When it felt like Falcons were going to 2-0 the series off the back of Dust 2. Testes saved that Inferno at the end of the game. That amazing 4K killing Zaiwu while planting the bomb. No help available to him. Wonder if any of the Falcons players have a play like that up their sleeve.
Yeah, I can think of a couple that could bring it to the table. But neither of them are on the
ネクストマップトレイン。トレインマジで
Healthy amount of util here for Magisk, but already those nades sail out. They've got the cover of the smoke at the exit of the tunnel.
いや FB 食らって何も見えてなかったね。
And now Magisk, no double kills.
いやこれきついな。
Looking primed, if not for the Nico Famas out through window. Apex double kill. And an MP9 delivery here for Monacy. It is a retake needed at a man disadvantage. As Vitality follows
めちゃめちゃ
through
き
on
つ
the
い。
backswing of this T
これ
side.
B の取り返すのってクソむずいんすよ。
Straight to just close this in convincing fashion. To put an end to the short-lived but impressive winning
1
streak of
1
Falcons on Dust 2. That is the goal here for Vitality, to get one back over Falcons after their win streak lost on Inferno, and really pushed out of this bomb site now. Monacy a quarter health and time's ticking, so they'll close it.
圧勝ですね。
13-6. We're not in Australia anymore. This script is different.
A complete inversion of expectations, streaks snapped, maps traded, and well, we've got a final on our hands.
圧勝で次のマップ取れんかよ。
It makes sense. You come from the land down under, you gotta flip the way
CSO
things
だったら
were
列車じゃなかっ
oriented.
た。
And here on the desk, we flipped up the matchup. We managed to find the funds. We borrowed them from Falcons real quickly. We got Maui back. Maui,
トイレ。
what
じゃあトイレやっ
happened
てこ
here
よ
on Dust 2?
This was a great defense from the side of Vitality. I loved how active it was. I liked that the individuals showed off what they were capable of. We had some close moments to get Vitality over the line at the end, but when it comes push to shove, Vitality just always had an idea of what Falcons were doing and were acting so quickly because of that knowledge.
Yeah, I think when you asked me before the game started, what were some key things to look out for, I thought the op battle head-to-head was going to be more prevalent on a map like Dust 2. I think Monacy won that duel out most of the time in the first half. And again, I think the anchoring is just stronger on Vitality. They're more used to those spots. They've been playing for a lot longer. They've been together a lot longer. And I feel like every time, even if their overall numbers weren't like the most brilliant for the scoreboard, when Flames was called upon the anchor A, he did it. When Ross was called the anchor B, he did it. And then Zywoo was all over the place with the out dominating.
Yeah, I was saying that I think Falcons might have the best Dust 2, and Vitality, they're showing why they love Dust 2. Falcons, Vitality with Zywoo 17-10. You looked at the first map, Zywoo, we asked him, we wanted him to actually show up, hit a level that we know he can, where he can actually take over a game, and that's what we actually got this time.
We did indeed. We did indeed. I do have to ask, though, folks, we are getting a lot of map streaks snapped. Does that make you nervous for Vitalities? There's a big streak out there. And the streaks they be snapping.
There's Train, too. 5-0 on Train up next. So there's another mini streak before the big streak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mini streak.
We're building up. They are moose-boosh before the main course.
Okay.
I think we were all worried after Inferno that Falcons were just going to roll this over because Dust 2 was such a good map for Falcons. So when you have the roll right back, then you're back into Vitality's camp thinking, Vitality, they should run away with this.
It's one of those things where, I think one of the last traits a great team gets is resilience. The ability to come back against adversity. We saw that, obviously, in spades in that Nuke Map 5 in Melbourne, and now we see it here. You lose in front for the first time after being so dominant, and you bounce back and just, really destroy Dust 2. That's just great stuff.
Now, there was a round we wanted to look at here. This is an emblematic of what Vitality brought here, Maui?
In my eyes, yes. Round number 5 was one where it's a scrappy buy for the side of Vitality.
次トレインですね、トレイン。
already flanking actually on this one at 1 minute. As soon as Tess has actually evacuated the B tunnels, Rops just found the perfect timing to push. And this is what I mean by information. There were a couple rounds like this where Vitality maintained space, maintained pressure, were able to get some good
Vitalityって強いね。
I think people know Falcons and the way that they want to play this one. They want to get
さあ
cacked
11分あるわ。
and
何
if
するか。
Vitality sense no pressure anywhere else on the map, then they're going to just kind of hone in on
最近見てないね、この人のやつ。今見るタイミングではないか。ね。ちょっと待って。 ああ、キルス。いやー、なんかあるかな。起動できた。嘘やろ。嘘やろ。いつも起動できねえのに。お前いつも、お前いつも起動できねえや。ちゃんとね、ログインボーナスもらわないと。
今日は特別なログインボーナスですよ。
何それ。
明日はこちらがもらえますから。
あ、そう、今日そういえば今日。
アイドルやってたら面白いことができるっすよね。ワクワクするっす。
これ10連なん ?10 連っぽいな。全然出ない。全画面する。あ、出た、ブレイブヒーロージャージ。俺これ緑バージョン持ってるっすよ。マノキリコだ。この衣装全然知らねえ。ってことで、終わるの早いんだけど。
アイドルマスター、シャイニーカラーズ。お疲れ様でした。
こっちの方が本家って感じがしますね。おとろの基本有料ガチャが多いな。ほとんど有料っすね、これ。ああ。と言っても俺引くオーブないんだけどな。
なんていうか、調子
あと何分？あと5分。
いいんですけど、ちょっとだけ達成感っていうか
これ最近のやつやん。
の時間は終わりですよね。もっとやらないと。
オーブ当たりね あと2分半。あと2分半どうすっか。てか早くね？てか前まで俺大会見ていた時ワンマップ終わったら20分ぐらい休憩あった気がするんだけど、今15分ぐらい短いな休憩。この人のショートでも見るか。いや動画3分ないの。いやなさそう。って言っても多分みんな、俺ブルーアーカイブわかんねえからな。いや6分か。これまた後でだな。まあちゃんと許可もらってるんで俺は。始まるな、そろそろ。さあ、このマップは、俺ね、賛否両論あるんですけど、T がある程度強いと思うんだよね。このマップ。と言っても、まあ、バランス取れてる。俺は、いや、また2分半のこれ。なんこれ。
They can get themselves that much closer to their destination. It's the newest map in the pool as the third of this best of 5, and much to be decided here.
We've already had 2
くそ、固まった。
died today. Inferno streak died today. A Dust 2 streak died today. Another one's up for grabs here. Vitality having won all 5 times they have played Train, including against Falcons at Melbourne. Although I will say it took some kind of comeback efforts and resilience to be able to pull that one off. Again, I don't think anyone's really mastered this map yet, so I think it's still very much up for grabs.
出た。バロラントだったら警告食らうようなことをこのゲームみんな言ってるからね。みんなではないわ。これマジでおもろいわ。煽り合ってんのがおもろいわ。俺ね、煽り合ってるんですよ。あれそういうやつなかったかも、他に。BGM ばっかだ、俺。ないね。いや、モネシーはやっぱ強えよ。 あれそろそろ始まる？そろそろ始まるな。
And it's kind of, it feels like there's a way to exploit them, but the thing is, because the map gets very death.
トレインはバランス取れてるマップだと思うけどな、俺は。攻めも守りも。
But for Vitality, why would they change their game plan? Because they've got such a stacked lineup across the board that when it comes into these train yard
特にね、前の CS に比べればトレイン狭くなったんですよ。マップが狭くなった分ね、T がある程度有利になったのと、あと A サイト、投げ物必須なんだよね、守る方は。一気に、ラウンド始まった瞬間、一気に A ラッシュ強いから、その対策で CT は投げ物買わざるを得ないっていうかね、そこでもう投げ物使わないといけない気がするんだよね。テクニカルポーズまさか。
A lot of people think that this is one of the maps that could have flipped for sure.
Right.
So it'll be on Falcons to see if they can do that. So this one's up in the air, man. After we saw teams steal each other's map pick and each other's streaks in these first two, it's the most chaotic route to winning this grand final, but I think the best one. It actually makes it feel a little bit more different. And now that Flamesy and Mezzy in particular have woken up on Dust 2, I think that's just key for Vitality to at least get back to the form that they had in that grand finals in their last best of 5 versus this other team.
Yeah, without Mezzy and without Flamesy on that level, I don't think we can look at Vitality and straight up call them favorites, right? Not with what Falcons have been able to achieve outside of this head-to-head. I'm very happy, though, that this best of 5 doesn't look like the one in Australia, that we do get these open-ended questions, since anything now feels possible. And I was going to ask, like, what teams could step up to the Vitality you expect to cause carnage outside? And you answered Falcons already, but does today feel like specifically a day where the form from Falcons could also hold that back?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it was lovely. I think Tessus is having a great final
so far.
The round that he had near the end of Inferno really, I think, showed us what he can do when he's playing at his best. He was great. Overall, last map, even though they didn't pick up the actual win. And
いや、これテクニカルポーズっぽいな。これいつ始まるかわかんないやつだ、これ。多分だけど。機材不良の時、一回タイム取るんですよ。多分それだと思うんだけど。
He was still in my memory that young star player with so much potential with who knows, like look at Apex, man, he's getting better still. Like it's actually unbelievable how long he's played and is still continuing to improve. There's just nothing. I think there's no telling how long someone can compete at the top level and continue to get better. And stories like Apex that will continue to prove exactly how much you should shoot for as a player. And again, I mean, so much credit to Apex because the fact is, everyone was shitting on him for taking up the IGL role.
Right.
No one thought that was going to be possible, and when at first it didn't seem like it was going to work out, and he has just the fact that not only has become such a good IGL, but then also has gotten better at the same time. He is on record now saying he feels like he's playing his best individual game ever. You could compare that to his star player stats as an entry fragger, as one of the best entries of all time, and say there's no way you could make that comparison. But in the modern era of the game, it's much harder to be that guy. He's had to evolve as well and become more dynamic. Apex today would crush Apex back in 2016, So
one of the fun things I like about this Falcons roster, Mo, is like, you just touched on Magisk and how he's kind of the last piece of Astralis that's still out there and how he's still, 27 years old at the moment and could have more to give. I look one player down the line to Tessus and I'm thinking, well, where's the rest of Heroic? In an Astralis camp that didn't make it to this major, Shush is over there trying to rebuild with ninjas in pajamas, and then you have him playing again the best of his life. 24 years old in Tessus.
Yeah.
Obviously yet to get to some of the frequent grand finals that his Heroic roster did. It's no major grand finals just yet, but it is still a Tessus that I think, when he looks one person to his left, I do believe he can see some of himself in Magisk in that regard. And hopefully he's able to, continue to wield and weaponize this new form that he's finding. Because, listen, I'll give it to Monacy. And I'll give it to Nico. And we have literally seen tournaments won by that duo, right? One of the deadliest dyads of Counter-Strike 2/CSGO. But when those Danes step up, That to me is the equivalent of Flamesy and Mezzy finding their current form and why Vitality have pushed the limits of what is possible. You know, it's these duos on the end of the table that suddenly become the talking points.
That don't have the greatest roles and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in terms of roles, again, with the ROPS move, it's actually opened up Mezzy's game. It's given Flamesy even more comfortability, and I think they've just taken to it so well. And I think it's just been awesome, man. We're just getting such great rounds back and forth. I mean, even these last two maps, even though streaks are getting ended, both teams put up amazing fights within rounds and micro situations.
始まります。さあ、トレインですね。打って顔でちょっと暗いマップですね。雨降ってるんですよね。
Another streak's on the line. And a chance for a 2-1 for either of these teams.
Feels like an insta-kill here. Kicksan finding Mezzy somehow, some way. Apex returns the favor with a big scalp in Monacy. Not going to be any Ivy threat for Nico. He takes a look at it for a second. Icon smoke comes down. Nico looking a little labored in that effort.
お互いに
His team comes up with an edge.
お互いに当たらない。
You got a lot of bodies to figure out here. Insta gush on Tessas. Great start considering he takes no damage back in return.
C4 そこにあるの?
Very hard to get into tradable spots. I know Flamesy thinks that he can win this round. And with that bit of info, it's scary for the CT side.
Bombs down outside T-Con. That'll be a key pickup at some point.
I was thinking about, shooting the feet. 5 HP for Tessas. He could die to that.
Why not, right? Take him out at the shins. There's that piece, though, for Magis. Grabs all the way back around CT spawn, and well worth it. Falcon's pistol secured.
As an excellent rotation out of Magis. Because the bomb was still in their vision, they know that they can pull guard on B. No problem for the time being. And again, it's the 1v3 because these players are going to have to take 3 individual fights.
Moneshi はもう見えてんだ。
And it's hard to keep information constant when someone's lurking around the trains. I think definitely Magis on pistols in general has been getting very key kills. And people can say what they want about the map, but the meta is going to change. People's expectations for it are going to change. Some teams are going to come through with innovations no one's seen before. Any one good gimmick could be the difference maker.
Nico challenged somewhat, but the pistol will secure it. That's bomb down, so no extra money here by Vitality's favor.
まあさすがですね。
I know there's been a conversation lately online about Train being the least played map and whatnot, but at a professional level, it's also been increasingly more played month by month. So I think that's promise. And like you're saying, right, we're going to watch the meta develop. Maybe a change or two away from...
And another reason the streak's happening is because Rops is just like, he might be the fastest learner, like in Counter-Strike.
I like
when
that.
CS2 came out, he just like took to every detail of the game. Like him and Monacy are the 2 fastest learners, I would say. And then when Train happened, he just instantly became the best inner anchor. He's still the best, honestly, in terms of the way that he plays it. It obviously suits his strengths.
I'd like to just take this moment before the gun rounds start to shout out another fast learner for CS2. For me, it's Robson Monacy at the top.
Yeah.
Torsi in third. I thought his adaptation to the new op style in CS2 was one of those things that really caught me off guard. But...
Oh, Nico, don't scare me like that, bro, man.
Took an extra year, though. But he's learned very fast in the last year.
Yeah. I just was trying to find a way to crowbar Torsi praise into this conversation.
まあこっからっすよね。
Torsi propaganda.
Here we go. First guns for Vitality on Train. Instant Ivy pressure. Pretty quick change up. They're met by smoke though.
You could also argue Zai was on that list too. I mean, didn't miss a beat when CS2 came out. Didn't miss a beat when things went online. Was amazing, just like in any environment.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought at the start of CS2, Zaiwu wasn't even a top 10 player. Wasn't there somebody out there saying that?
Anyone who has a take like that, I have them muted, so...
Oh. Yeah, it's probably better for your mental health.
何スモークそれ全然わかんで。
Down to 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs here. Vitality, 50 seconds. Gonna
どこスモコネクタースモーク
Unfortunately for them, T-Con's not looking all that free.
あ、もう一回同じタック。もう一回同じ。
Very front-facing Nico. They try to press through. They'll find the entry. That flash just enough to make Nico uncomfortable. Suddenly now, Monacy, this Famas at this distance looks uncomfortable as well. It's a double kill from Flamesy. A lot of players just boxed up on top of E-Box. And Apex gets another one. So slowly but surely, Vitality continue flooding forward closer to this site. Bomb is in tow, though. Third piece that needs to cross over. We're down to 12 seconds. Oh, that was a great chance for Magis to interrupt the follow through. You could see that hesitation from Vitality for a second, but in contrast to some of the chaotic outer moments, this one was Vitality real composed.
Yeah, and they're just willing to try the same thing over and over again. I mean, it's really not that different to their previous takes, but the kills go better. They get Nico without a kill for him. And you can see how insecure the CTs are. They're the ones who are wanting to play up close to the choke points, pushing through smokes off of flashes. There is no CT solid hold with, you know, E-Box, back six. It's because of the nature of the way they changed Ivy too. It's all a little different right now.
Nico playing behind trains this time, picking up the same position that Kixan occupied a round ago.
FB 対策か。ザユのそれ。結構ボロくだったな。グレネード。
Momentum round for Vitality. Falcons are spending everything.
It's a variation in the setup. We'll see if it changes things. Flamesy's not really going to have as many targets. Never mind, they actually just come shuffling closer. Very interruptive. Robson Mezzi bounced back to keep it even, but then we get Monacy sliding around inside of sight to try to recover here. They go even, if not for that health advantage. Mezzi barely alive, so the nade will finish the job.
Nice nades, man.
だけどこれで B ないってなったから、けどモネシー音聞いたんじゃないのこれ。いやもう寄ってるわ。マジスクがもういるわ。これ B ってリテイクしやすいんですよね。
But it'll be tough for Apex to get out of here. Molly in hand doesn't notice Magisk from Oil, and so there it is. Falcons right to a third round win.
And it's like last round.
ファルコンとか取ったのでかいっすね。これバイタリティ多分金ないっすよ。
They're throwing a really good utility into T connector, but they're still willing to fight and re-aggress and get close throughout this round. 3-1 start is very impressive here for Falcons, but you can hear the chaos in the communication.
Right, good point.
That is by design. All right, so we're going to do the same thing again, but this time good.
I mean, we saw a good example of it the one round prior.
バイタリティタイムアウトか。
This time Falcons, you know, if it's about fighting fire with fire, and we kind of highlighted back on the desk this chaos that Vitality creates, well, damn, Falcons just threw two guys into the entrance of T-Con as that execute was coming out. That's a sudden swap up that I'm sure if we had the comms on the other end also had Vitality a little nervous for a second.
あ、買えるな。普通に買ってる。買ってるっていうか金あるな。
They came off of having even a worse buy with less grenades. So maybe they felt the need to get close because they couldn't play a long drawn out round. But it just fits better with the map in general.
だけどエイペックスが武器弱いな。おっ。
See okay? You'll put it out just to be safe.
I think Vitality wants to take this round to the next level, but they get such an early find that they can actually simplify and forget about Ivy. I was going to say that the yield for taking over Ivy controlled is just so much less than it used to be because you don't get full vision of back six and threaten sandwich and threaten E-Box and T-Gon all at the same time. Now you take it and then you still have to go clear something else, clear an icon, and then you get something out of it. So a lot of teams are just skipping it or using it for really late round lurks.
これミステリアだ。
Figuring out smokes here on this new map, of course.
We boiled this one down to 35 seconds.
Yeah, no kidding, man. They aren't even outside yet.
Monacy operating on his own.
But look how heavy they are inner.
Yeah.
This is actually correct for Vitality. Has to be Monacy to hold this.
A だね。
Kicksan's gonna try to come running back. Fire on Monacy's feet. No smoke to extinguish this. Can't even really go for the peak the way it's spread. He'll find his headshot though. Good enough. Tries to stay into cover because he just lost his teammate, but Mezzi swings out wide, and that's the backside cracked open. That's the outer yard taken. They're cautious that somebody's over in Ivy, not the case because of the Falcons' heavy inner emphasis. Vitality find out that once that bomb goes down, this is all too easy.
この A サイトって挟まれやすいんよね。
Falcons would have loved to maybe save an extra gun along the way. Monacy did well to find at least one easy fight when he was getting mollied and flashed, and a lot of the utility was funneled.
この A サイトはこっからも来ればこっからも来る、3方向から来るんだよな。
What you do. You do your outside smokes, you sneak one out to Olaf, you get sandwich control, you threaten Ivy, and then all the CTs are curdled up behind the bomb train, close to Z and in hell. And right there, they knew that eventually they'd find Monacy in that spot.
That was that shot from Zywoo, huh? So we were waiting for Kicksan to come help, but he just hit the ground so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're just catching people coming in late for work, right? All the utility has been established so that they can fight Z really easily, so that they can run full speed across your screen, so that they can be anywhere in the yard and taking those duels.
Another moment where money's going to be low, and Flamesy's not going to waste a
早い。展開が早い。
Did he not hear him? He's through C.
Oh, they can actually make this a B play.
これ気づいてない？
Ready to go here.
Oh, I mean, it's in the name. Flames finds the back of Magisk at a minute 30. And he is going to milk this for everything he has to. A smoke at the base of ramp. He wants to find a second player. Won't in the end. Magisk could be left scratching his head. How did that timing happen?
That's incredible. I wonder if this was an adjustment.
気づいてない。
They were grouped really well to pull this out of spawn.
そんなことあんの？
Somehow Flamesy gets by everybody outside. I can't assume that they planned for this because of how often Nico has been fighting into T-Con early on into the round, how everybody has been taking duels, flashing through the sandwich smoke and looking for those duels.
これはもうセーブっすね。
But they adapted to it extremely quickly.
I mean, we cut to Kicksan's player cam after bombs planted. He can't help but smile and laugh it off because he's thinking to himself, in what moment was that even possible?
Yeah, and he cut noise at the perfect time too.
Look at this.
It was a great round that FaZe Clan used to run where it looked like a full outer exec, and it was just trying to sneak rain all the way down to the back of Ivy. No one else out there on upper exec, and then they just go after whenever a kill went down. Flamesy made really good executive choices here instead of, and he could have just wrapped around the back of bomb train. He knows someone's going to be there. But obviously, inner was way too tempting. Just got to take that on the chin if you're Falcons.
It's a bit gut-wrenching because it's just a moment of helplessness, surely. But hey, silver linings. Walked away with a few guns. But because that round's also so free, I'll take that silver lining back. The cash here on Vitality is looking good.
早い、また早い。
Tries it again, met by resistance, but he'll still succeed. You were kidding.
Copy and paste.
We thought to ourselves it's because nobody spots him that round gets picked up by Flamesy. Instead, he just charges in, double Mac 10 duel, wins them, and then Mezzi and Zywoo presented the next couple of kills. Poor Monacy now. There is nothing to even shoot at, as that bomb will inevitably go down on B off of Rops's excavation of information.
That was looking like a weird decision to push up Pop in that spot instead of just going inner. Because Flamesy gets 2 kills, then he gets info on 2 more players. And they know they just have inner all to themselves.
hunting down upgrades. It's a tale that's becoming too common in these last couple of rounds. The rob's real deep. Means this one's Vitality's lead officially taken. And that man on your screen is a key component of it. 2 rounds back to back, all flamesy.
That was a kicksand style call. Just 2 of these identical outer rushes with the same supporting utility. Flamesy probably with the exact right spawn, just saying, send me out again, let's run it back. And they nail the flashes.
Yeah, the E-Box player flash, kicksand not so much. That was the fairer of the duels.
強。
Makes perfect sense to try to push through the train smoke as well to get some map control.
やっぱね、T もね、取れるよ、このマップはやっぱり。
To the other end. This is a faster tempo though set by the CTs. Kicksand
T も
walks
取
in
れ
on
る
the
って言うけ
action.
ど、
He's ahead of that Molly.
フィジカルが
Looks like he'll
強くね
catch。them off guard. Zywoo's back turn to him. Now we get that ramp push. Magis trying to tether off the push with Nico right behind it. Vitality realizing this is probably not a comfortable avenue of attack.
This is something Falcon specifically were doing early on with Train, taking control like this, and that was a very cute play out of Kicksan. Everyone's using spawns to their best advantage right now.
Wow.
Clean kill out of Tess. Down to 1 kit of utility here for the Falcons. It's all on Monacy, but the job is nearly finished already.
Well, they do disrespect that smoke just a few seconds ahead of timing. Yeah. It'll be on Falcon's mind, but
see the way they're playing duels, man. This map is like, you can still see Vitality finding good fights.
Ooh, Monacy's gotten away with this one. A little sanctuary back sight. Feels like that will surely catch Vitality off.
強。
Mezzi, insta headshot, unable to get himself another. Robs' position now well known and no teammates to work with. He's got 20 seconds. Would have to be the 1v4, 3 left.
時間がない。
We hit 15 to that clock. He hears the steps inside Icon, so he'll try to get this close kill, knowing that would have been the player to push him on the plant. And it's majority alive here for Falcons. It's a couple rounds previously where they don't really get fair fights, but then they show us that with the rifles at longer ranges, they can keep these duels clean.
I think they must have seen Monacy because they threw a second molly at him. So maybe they got some visual there.
One for good measure.
4対4っすね。
Control C, Control V with the CT attack. Announcing their presence as they take over T-Con control. And in the first round of train games, this was the standard practice. Get this smoked, play inside of it or don't, just force the T's to have to re-clear it before they take outside. This definitely makes sense for Falcons because how much Vitality are coming back to this. We saw them literally try a full-on outer exec and win at sub 30 seconds just a couple rounds ago. The only issue for the CTs is you can't hold it forever. You can't actually stay here. So I think people stopped doing this because it felt like a bluff. But you can see they're trying to piss Vitality off, using a lot of smokes on it.
There it is, flustered out through T-Con. Nico has to turn over to
that
moment. It is headshots galore.
The mind games are next level. 3 smokes.
いや、やっぱね、この A バサミ強いね。
They still have a plan to take it. As if they know that there's going to be a chain smoke coming a third one. They throw that molly down perfectly. They attack as if
多分 CT はセーブだと思うんだけど。見えてないのあれ。あ、見えてねえんだろうな、ギリ。
It's a map that feels like it's more on tactics than overall strategy. The gaming rotations feels like an afterthought in this in the current meta of Train. And that could be because of the way the map is truly meant to play, but it also could just be because it's unexplored. You know, we don't know You know, when Fnatic got good on this map early on, then there became the Olaf smoke, which ended up getting thrown every single round. You know, for the rest of the games, it's sandwich smoke as well. Like, there are certain pieces of utility that totally change everything, and it might not have been found yet. The way that you're supposed to defend standard rounds from the CT side.
Early utility pressure. Flamesy taking a look at it. Sees a player top red. Kind of just flirting with the exit. He'll line up the smoke.
何が見えたんだよ。
Tess never even given a chance.
あ、バレてるね。フレームズ気づいてんじゃねえか。
Flamesy seemingly well aware. Zywoo takes the
いや、
fight
ザイユ
beyond
強い。
that. And now with timing, they may have
あ、
just
気づい
let
て
this
ねえんだ。
possibility go, but it's just the P250, and now it's both players found out here by Mezzi. A crawl out through IB that
気づ
cannot
い
be
てないけど
contained.
裏取っ
You
て
go
た。
four players pushing forward because of Flamesy and Zywoo's T-Con presence.
まあ AK セーブかな、マチリスクは。
Are just playing with Falcons. 6-4 made real easy.
と思ったら
Get into conditioning territory
Apex
here
が
for
殺しに来た
Vitality,
な。
and it's also an anti-eco, but sometimes anti-ecos are great rounds to use for places where you'd like normally wouldn't take. Like IV is just not fun to try to get control of. So hey, around where they don't have much
強っ。
ability to work with, you just throw it in there. So it feels like you go IV sometimes.
強っ。
And the less that they end up going IV, the less attention that Falcons will give it. The easier it'll be to bring that into the game plan.
まあ A サイトは3方向から狙われるから、きついよね。
Falcons are trying their hardest to come up with stuff, but it feels like Vitality are just learning live exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah, right? Where one win streak ends, it feels like another may continue. Very comfortable looking T-side. Feels like Mezzi's just been having a field day in these last couple rounds. Nobody's even really shooting back at him with backs turned versus pistols. There's that CT spawn smoke for T-Con. Still drops too late to stop Zywoo from getting one bullet off. And they're going to make sure nobody presses up close. It's one thing to play that Ivy control in the anti-eco like you just mentioned, but now this time TessS is still allocated back there. Doesn't have a ton of utility just due to the nature of the economy, but here comes pressure into T-Con. Zywoo's getting burned back, and Flamesy dies right in front of him. Very good zoning here offered by Nico and Kicksand. Something that really feels like they're fighting for multiple rounds, but leave it to Rops to find timing. He slips out. Miss jump.
Oh, that's awkward.
Otherwise, it feels like at the very least, Kicksand would be dead. Instead,
ああやってね、ランプとか取りに行かないとやっぱきついよ
then
ね
hold。off the unexpected Rops attack.
Oh, that's a freebie, actually. Zywoo going from T-Con back to Ivy. And they were looking for a fight here. But it's still kind of early into the rounds. Ooh. Gotta be careful, Falcons.
That's good info. Nico's shooting. Ops just fired. They write off the possibility of a deep corner hold. Zywoo, no second chance on Nico. And so this one gets cleaned up.
そうそうそうそうそうそう。
There it is.
面白くなってきた。
It's been a lot of positioning for that T-Con duel.
Yeah, man. Nico, Kicksand, that's a nice duo to see approaching this. They've been in the middle of these rounds, not from safe spots, just finding the right timing to do so, attacking Flamesy and Zywoo, making sure that Flamesy can't come forward with that swing that they used on Nico last time. And Rops is almost a saving grace, but obviously, little mouse wheel malfunction, and that helps out Falcons a ton.
これ66までいけばあるぞ、ファルコンズ。
But it's a strong end here for Vitality economically. That would have been heard. Kicksand gonna wait for that Molotov to expire, and he will pull back.
Yeah, wise to do so.
作戦変えてきたな。今度キャット取りに行ったな。
Not only him towards Pop Dog, you get Nico up in T-Con, free for the taking.
Feels like with the staging of the round, we get that. Unless they go back to T-Con control, they're just gonna try the upper pop again, but on a late timing. Outer, excuse me. Drops is getting ready to clear out Pop. So as soon as he starts scaling, then we'll see the full attack come into place. I think you had to make sure that Kixan had actually left.
Non-existent utility to hold back Ivy, and there's been an affinity for it from Vitality in these last couple rounds. Here we go again, announcing the approach. Well-timed peek out of Tesses. Player in the back throwing nades, guy up front worried about the close play. Monacy, tough shots up close like this, and he
Miss shot.
Second chance. Flamesy takes it to the legs and survives. But you've got Nico at the front of the site. Tesses still holding on to the back line, and Nico doesn't look like he wants to move, but Rops will just drag him out of there. Him and
Ropes.
Kixan too. Magisk not able.
Ropes.
Goes huge. Why not? Picks up a quad kill for the road. A 7-5 T-side Vitality.
$3分のインターバル入りますね。いやいやいやいや。これいいのかこれ。すげえ。公式が認めてんのこれ。これマジで言ってる？シャニマスこれ公式だよね。公式に再生リストこれ入れてマジで？俺もこれ買ってるからここでわざわざ聞かなくていいんだけどさ。まさか公式がやってると思わなかった。
A tactics heavy half that Vitality threw at that outer yard and got the better of Falcons for the majority of those rounds. 7-5 their lead. Sprinkled in a little star power though right there at the tail end. Here's that 4K from Rops. We heard him talking about it as that round closed. He said, boop, boop. Because it all comes too easy.
I didn't even see anyone.
I was spinning so much in pub.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 4-1 currently in pistol round wins are Falcons in this series. So if there's been any edge, it's starting halves strong. Let's see if they can do that here on the attack of map 3. Someone's taking an advantage at the end of this one.
Series could definitely come down a train. could see if Vitality can end the debate about whether or not Falcons could have won it last time. Still 13-9, I think it felt. They had rounds to play with.
Yes. Dead on.
本命は B。
Little pump fake. Throwing smokes outside, but getting ready to hit B site from above. Robs is going to have his hands full. Sees that second volley of U-tilt versus Monacy. Keeps it clean. Players fall down onto site, but because ramp is stopped, he had a little room to work with in cover. Okay, because of the fire, it delays the Z-take. Here's Magisk. Back turns to him.
Oh, don't.
What's he want here?
Too long.
He drops the shot. He's at least able to recover, and now
すげえ、裏2人取ってる。
there's another
マジスクだけじゃなくて裏2人取ってんの。
Kicksands coming around through CT spawn. Apex has gotten the kill. He can straight up defuse this.
They don't know.
They don't know, but there is nobody here to stop it. Both these T's on the opposite side from bomb. He's got to get on top of it. And now Kicksand, desperate to close this distance. 5 seconds on the defuse. Makes the jump. Sitting down.
Okay, swinging from the ladder. Sonic got his hands on his face. All good.
うーん。
Man, 2 players coming in on that
きっ
lurk.
と勝ってりゃ100間に合ってたっていう
Nico。pushing all the way up so early. It had Vitality so confused.
Magic's making me nervous with the way he didn't take that first shot.
Yeah, because just as we saw, as they exit, they're going to just be suddenly looking at him incidentally. I think he gets scary.
ギリギリすぎんだろ。
That is 5-1 in pistol rounds now. Already on site fast. So fast.
Oh,
but
they're
the
getting crushed.
CT stuff it. MP9s
What
just run
the-
rampant. Outer yard smashed. That is tempo, but it's also Modesty to bring this back. Through smoke.
Oh, that's a
いやいやいやいやいやいやいや。
those kills at the end through the smoke, and they run up
セ
through
カンド
E-box,
バイやって
shut
勝
them
った
down
よ
with。the MP9s. This is Falcons trying to do what Vitality have been doing in all their games, but they don't have it the same way. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Modesty tries his damnedest to bring it all back. Mezzi gets another one through the smoke.
Smoke USP headshot from Apex.
これバチクソでかいね、これ。
They just don't think they can be beat. That's the thing.
Vitality loves that.
なんなら前の大会も決勝はファルコンズとバイタリティですからね。
This is a
確か。
Vitality that as they arrived in Copenhagen, there was people in the community thinking like, yeah, wild card could cause this upset. You know, after all the success of Vitality, just by nature of being
ちゃんと分かってる
from winning.
そこ見て
But I think when you taste
うわ飛んだ
victory to the degree that Vitality has, you become addicted to it. And I mean, how many times do you see Zywoo fist pumping and vocally cheering as they win these rounds to Falcons? You have crested the mountain, but you don't get to the top and then not want to push the ceiling even further.
Yeah, they're just looking for the next highest peak. And I
これ
mean,
まさか。
even though they have beaten the Liquid streak, that streak can still continue. Everest is Nip, obviously.
The further you push it, the longer it will stand. You look at that streak, you know, the 10 longest streaks. Astralis are the only team that show up in there twice because they show up in there 3 times. Their win streaks became so common, but sometimes you never get to see these sorts of runs again. Tess, Deagle kill entry. Robs eats the flashbang
they didn't
fully.
see him.
He's lucky he regains vision in time. Kicksan kind of loses track of that. And unfortunately here for Tess, 2 is all he'll find. Flamesy hot to the fight. Vitality rack up another.
It's going to be a lot more death matching as this game goes on, especially if Falcons want to try those upper pops like Vitality did to them in the first half. You know, with the 2 G2 players that are Nico and Monacy, there is a valid argument to say that that style of play is perfect for them. They've even got a better, you know, 3 other players beside them to be able to pull off those insane sort of death ball entry rounds that they could execute versus any team.
Speaking of death balls, here's Falcons with pistols in upper.
This is a great anti-eco setup. It's perfect for the MP9. Early information to help out B. Very hard to approach without utility for the T side.
What's Nico up to?
Just getting info.
Okay. Just hanging around.
Just looking for clues, and I think that because he doesn't see any push, they're worried about this specific setup now, but they don't have much to work with, so.
Tess has to go first. They're gonna try to chase him down. He's looking to live. Nade on Kixan almost gets the job done. And you'll just send it. Tries to make a truce, but no prisoners here. Vitality, double digits, 10-6. And the runway is within eyesight. Vitality looking to take off in this series to the 2-1 lead to prove that the train win in Australia was no anomaly.
They're the most dominant train team. It's not like they're bringing so much innovation that like everybody's just in the wake of the ideas and are getting shot in the side of the head. They're just out-dueling everybody at every step of the way. T and CT side right now.
You know, we don't question Vitality's map pool. It's obviously not as in-depth as their Inferno. But it is a key part to their success that they've been able to win this. No losses as of yet. Oh, Magis almost gets the timing on that one. And because he gets so far, maybe they would have thought nobody's here, but Flamesy now announces himself, draws them forward. This Crossfire's killer. He's going to try to run, comes back at it, and holds Kixan away.
You could say the timings were very fine, but they also were jiggle spotting both together at different moments.
きつすぎる。あそこで3人も持ってかれたのはきつすぎる。
Grand tactic that we think, wow, Vitality have cooked this up, but it does show that even within the minute
で、モネシーは位置バレてるからね、さっきインが。
Vitality are finding a way to get the edge.
で、左いるんだよね、もう。
And there's consistency that's coming with that. So this one's an easy cleanup, damn near mirrored setup, this time versus guns, and it goes down just as smooth.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Vitality have that. They do have that 2018 Astralis era, at the, aura, not even era, at the moment. This is so well played out of Flamesy. Even the fallback, and you just see how good he is in moments like these when he's pressured a ton. A second to get the reload off, has to pick the type of swing that he pulls off and hits the instant headshot on a Kixan. Now they can feel it. They're probably frustrated, confused after Inferno.
頭痛くなってきた。
Suddenly become a totally different day.
頭が痛くなってきたっす。
I think defeat has become such a foreign flavor. Vitality just want to bounce back as fast as possible. Looking good, if not for the Tech 9. Good pressure.
There's an op.
Not over yet.
C4 落ちた。
Exchanges hands. Magis wants the rifle instead. Unfortunately for him, he goes down with nothing more. Falcons try to crank that dial. And there's no denying it caught Vitality off, but they recovered well. And that Desert Eagle from Monacy gets away from him. It is a Vitality on fire with 6 map points.
Crazy.
これバイタリティマッチポイントっすね。
The one thing we'd see different is Falcons improving. If we also saw Vitality improving, sure, but with Magic having a much better event, it felt like the upset was imminent. I was just wondering how much more fun can Vitality have, man.
Yeah, I think a victory like this, just like a clean sweep of a half, that's going to do them a lot of good psychologically going forward in this best of 5. To know you will have 2 maps fully to try to close this. Our analyst desk wasn't as convinced with Vitality's Mirage. That's where we go next. So maybe the question does kind of bounce back to Vitality and their improvements. Whether they can really keep a meter between them and Falcons is the question. You know, if this is the team in the pool that's pushing you the most, and you can suddenly win versus them more convincingly, then that win streak is truly alive and strong.
And the best B anchor on the map just got an op.
Uh-oh.
Wonder how they approach him now. I mean, this is the spot that he's the best at by far. But no Z rotator right now. Bomb coming closer. The exec comes in. I feel like he's pretty safe up here, you know, from a lot of utility. And Apex is now getting closer.
うまい
Take
な
out Tessus
ー
and
なん
the
か
exec comes.
いや2アップやんけ
Two op frags. No
2
challenge
アッ
here
プ
for
刺さっと
Vitality
る
so far. CT
やばい
side
これは
near
これは
perfect.
ファルコンズ
It
もう
was
き
that
ついっすね
pistol in Falcon's back pocket that would have led you to believe this T side had legs to stand on. But ever since the force buy win comes through, Vitality have not looked in that rear view mirror. All done.
圧勝ですね
Absolutely perfect, if not just playing with their food. A 2-1 lead in this best of 5.
圧勝ですね
Train stays true here for Vitality, and now they are just one more away from continuing this unbelievable streak of wins.
Yeah, well, Vitality continuing where they left off on Dust 2, you know, they must have felt a lot of confidence getting that one off the table. And, you know, Maui, we shared the same feelings that when we saw that Vitality decided to play Train second time in Melbourne, like as a second map in Melbourne, we were both arguing in that is this actually the right thing to go for?
Right.
Right again, now we see the Vitality, they get off with the win. They should have probably lost it in Melbourne, but, you know, they're actually looking quite decent on this map.
This looked cleaner. This looked a lot better. I think the CT side
さあ
for
マ
them
ッ
on this
チ
one looked
ポイ
like
ン
they
ト
had control of everything that Falcons were trying to throw their way, especially in that last round. Just two ops trained on all the
先に
angles
マッ
that
チ
they
ポイン
needed
ト
to.
をかけ
Yeah, it
た
was
の
lights
は
Yeah, it's the most dominant map so far of the
Vitality.
series, and one mini streak is now
圧
survived.
勝や
Train
な
streak for Vitality, the bigger streak obviously ahead on the series win.
フレー
If
ム
they
ズ
can
強
go ahead and take it here on Mirage or Nuke, but no, I think Vitality just kind of did what we're used to seeing. They're just so good at doing the basics correctly. Again, no one's reinventing the wheel on Train. No one's
さあトイレ行
really
ってこよ
doing
うか
that much different on how they execute.
毎回
However, the one thing that Vitality does a
毎回トイ
little
レ
bit
行く
better,
わ
I think, is they implement pop in their T splits a little bit better, and it kind of overwhelms opponents sometimes who are trying to play up close on T main because they know that they have to worry about the heavy pop, but they just never know when that T main guy is going to swing. And I think that when Vitality mess with people like that on those little timings, you saw them slow it down a little bit more as well. Like they weren't just gunning it out team main every single time. So I think it's kind of just a combination of proficiency and just getting the fundamentals down.
Now, why would you reinvent the wheel on Train when there are so many wheels on the map itself, Maui? There was one round where you want to take a look at the wheels and how they turned.
This is one where I feel like this was almost an improvised play for Flamesy, okay? He gets out mid. I think he thought that there was going to be a fight around E-Box or that ladder wall, and then he just actually slinks all the way into Z, and this wasn't really a starter that I feel like was any much different than what we get sometimes when he is entering towards outside, but for him to take the onus, to take the space, take the initiative. Like, look how fooled Magisk is right there. Like, he had no idea that this was even possible. Just losing sight of Flames for a second or two, that's all it took for him to sling into the back lines.
And a small detail, like the round directly after, I believe that they made the same call. You know, they had no idea how Flamesy got their shirt, that he got through CT connector, right? But the way that he got out, they just did a repeat call. You know, that also shows that Apex is capable of calling repeat rounds, you know, that will catch his opponent off guard. So it was a great
One
great
detail
call.
on that mini-map that I did notice, they didn't smoke Icon that round. So I think there was a little bit of maybe false security that they could peek that doorway a little bit further back. And that way they were like, hey, if they overwhelm us pop, it's okay. We're playing a deeper position. But in reality, it's just the speed of Flames to get in the Z. He just kind of found that gap. So there's like a little bit of a slight difference there. And I don't know if that made the difference or not. But either way, it obviously was cool to have the combination of all their basics going well. Then you have a curveball like that thrown in the mix. It just kind of keeps them guessing what the heck's going on here.
It does feel like when we're looking back at that matchup, you know, just a week ago, the question was, would Falcons have found solutions already to what Vitality were showing them? They started off with thinking, oh my god, this is
20
strong
分
here
何
on
すりゃいいん
Inferno,
す
they're
か
flipping the script. Now
20分何すりゃいいんすかWhat? 出たーこれ最近だろこれ まあ、20分だよな。うん。まあ、やることないんで。これさ、これありなんこれ。まあ、ありなんだろうな。すげえよな。公式が認めてるようなもんじゃん、これ。まあ、わざわざ YouTube で聞かなくても俺はもう曲買ってるからね、俺は。っていうか、すいません。シャニマスよりも学マスの方が多分人気多いような。人気っていうか、知名度あるんじゃないかな。ちょっと待って、シャニマスどこ？ああ、ああ、そういう感じ。いや、それじゃないのよ。これだっけ？違う気がすんだよな。あ、これか。あ、これか。あ、これなんか全般だな。あ、こうやった方がいいな。何分今？まだ時間あるな。わあ、we can go。はいはいはい。いや、さっきより眩しい。お 俺が持ってる衣装より全然いい。いや、最初の初期の衣装もいいんだけどさ。とか。 そういらないしね。早くね？早くねか。またむずいマップ選んできたな。この時間になればさ、多分もうみんな寝たよな。メドレーなんてあるの？はあ。あと5分。もう一曲聴くか。
私が見ていた世界、あなたが見たあなたの世界、さよならの瞬間胸に咲いた言葉、花向けの花束に託した。どうしてすれ違っちゃうんだろう、どうして困らせちゃうんだ 自問自答答えがさあまた見て手を振ったその後に残りを吐くそれはきっと一人きりじゃ埋まらない隠し事はなしだよ何でも話してよ優しさそれは時にちくりと痛むまた無駄に我慢しちゃってるって見つかすんだ絶対嘘は下手だね私が見ていた世界あなたが見たあなたの世界ガラスのように脆くてだけどとても綺麗なもの暖かい気持ちがまた溢れそうでそっとうつむいたさよなら私とあなたの世界はもう交わらないけどそっと花向けの花束を送りかけすぎる時間それはとても幸せ怖くない怖くない言い聞かせてたいまだやだなんてこともちみた願いはあだになチクチクタクタクと再び時はまた刻みで頭に浮かんできてるダメだった私全部いいそんなかったことにそんな風に簡単に片付かないあれこれはきっと私だけの宝物全然変わらない偶然にまた出会っていつも通りに笑えたらいいなそんな空想そっと空に放り投げた私に見えない世界あなただけに見えてた世界教えてくれなかったよねちょっとだけ寂しかったぼやけて見えない未来そっとぬくって笑ってみたそれぞれ歩く別々の歩幅がちょっとずつ離れて胸に花向けの花束を抱いてなんで別れは来るのこのままじゃいけないのいつかじゃない答え今知りたくてもう間に合わないと知ってても駆け出した夜明け前の街星屑消えてく空ブルーとオレンジ私一人振り返ったら外にあなたが笑ってる気がしてさよなら私たちが笑ってた世界だけどきっと心に焼き付いて離れない感動私たちの笑顔ずっと忘れたりなんかはしないからそっと花向けの花束を送るよ
ちょうど始まるんじゃね？さあ見ていきましょう。
Have the rest of the map control. They are better at keeping options open, but they still will go for the full side execs 5v5. Vitality will be definitely more mid-control focused and a lot more tactics. I think we'll have an interesting thing here between what Robs can do on Cat and what Flamesy will do on T side in the B apartments, putting pressure on.
今度はファルコンズピックですね。
But that definitely doesn't mean that Falcons can't win. And here we already see they're going in for some early info, but it's a fast A attack coming in.
Just Mezzi to lean back on bench. Gives it a second glance as he waits for those smokes to pop. Zaiwu trying to find timing on the spam. And it gets away from him. Mezzi though, two heads turned for a split second.
完璧な
Had a
FD。
chance to sideline a couple players for free. Now Apex has the answer, but it only comes in the form of one kill from him. And
完
Falcons
璧な
follow
FD。
through with that clinical execution. Smokes down, flashes where they need to be. Everything looked a little awkward for Vitality there, and Falcons, given the space, just follow through smoothly.
Yeah, it's just a pretty great call here. It's a site that they're playing retake on, and they get in so early. Even though the push is pretty quick over on the other side of the map, it doesn't matter. This isn't a round where Vitality are waiting and searching and going for mid before they go for the area to A attack. So just a correct call, perfect moment. Good out of prep here for Falcons.
3時ったら寝るか。今日は早めに寝るか。最近
And of course,
5時とかに寝て、4時とか
they can go either
5
way,
時とかに
but
寝て
Falcons
場
are
が
there first. So
体調悪いん
when
す
he
よ。
gets whoever has CT control and retains it, they have the better advantage of the fights.
いや、寝れねえんだよな。なんか、しかも余計なこと考えるからよくねえわ。
Not enough answer back. Falcons just trying to maintain that hyper focus we saw them attack Inferno with. Understanding that the job now has to be finished on the final map.
木ミスってるやん。やっぱり木ミスってる。
Missed that window smoke. Not the time to miss some grenades.
No resistance behind it though. Vitality not looking like they want to test the waters in middle.
Yeah, they have a pretty decent buy, but they don't have a lot of utility fighting into middle. They're playing pretty actively within the A site, however.
For the record, Falcons 6-1 in pistol rounds this series. The only asterisk is that
is Hunter still calling?
On that force buy, they lost one. The same thing could happen here. Not again. This is how it went down in the second half of Train. You pick up pistol, you lose to the force.
Man,
that close Palace play works. Nico has lost track of Flamesy, obviously still thinking about the possibility. But then, oh, what a perfect wrap back around.
Wow.
Flamesy just
これは
to the back of Nico, who was worried about exactly that. But he thought maybe he'd play inside the smoke, hide in a corner.
He also had to watch the whole site at the same time. So, oh man, that is so frustrating and actually amazing for Flamesy to do this. But as he brought up, you can win as many pistols as you want, but it's really about those conversions. Vitality steal this away entirely.
And all the other conversions
honestly,
were good.
They had a ramp smoke. It was 3 players in the site, 2 players on the other side of the map. It wasn't a full-on stack here over on A. But the one smoke, Falcons felt like they had to run through.
Flamesy laughing all the way to the bank off that one.
Those are the rounds where he can really show off how creative he is. And like, these decisions are not textbook by any means, right? But it's a round where we're on a low buy, we're not expected to win. I can make a move where I dip into a smoke, even though my teammates are on site relying on me, because people have to play for themselves a little more, and those are the moments that Flamesy really thrives.
I mean, look no further than some of those outer entries on Train for his ferociousness. Somebody who, like a moth to the flame, is no stranger to running risks. This time, oversteps maybe. Top stairs.
Whoa.
Rifle with the Galil on the other side. Those 2 rifles, what you want to get the ball rolling. It's a matter of whether it can follow through with the round win, though. And Zywoo does great damage off this scout, killing Kixan, thrusting the Galil to the dirt for now, finishing Magisk. So there's no real site control. And, well, Falcons see that as an invitation to take jungle. How do they slow this round down to maintain control?
Yeah, you would want to have a top con smoke so that you could plant opposite default or back of triple, but instead they've taken over control of it, not seeing anybody. Now it's actually scary for them to cross back, as we can see. And the idea that they go B, well, I think that's actually expired as well, because now they have to get through spawn. Mezzi's already watching it, and this is where the flank actually comes in. So, little weird here from Falcons, but they still have the chance to get to B, just a longer route.
Ooh, another tag.
Wow, man.
Zywoo's really the hero of this round.
And he'll get another chance, even another one.
Oh, starts to miss, and that opening has allowed for the bomb to go running at it.
Oh,
Tess
what a
had
shot.
to, absolutely had to hit that shot. The Thomas catches Zywoo off guard. He's going to survive on 8. This Desert Eagle's the reason the bomb has gone down. And then he misses, much like that Zywoo scout. Here comes Robs to try to bail them out with 100 health. TSS is the reason that we're standing here in a post plant. TSS tries to find them. It gets away from him, but he still connects. And now it's low health here for Zywoo.
おっ
He
と
finishes it off. 3 to
マジ
TSS.
か
T-side's impeccable.
Critical.
TSS
impact out of
clutch.
TSS, man. Unreal that he even hits that one deagle shot as he enters into the site. This round was damn near impossible. Peeling back onto Cat was the only option that they had, and Zywoo even spotted them and tagged them. If he had hit one more shot, and he had already hit like 6 of them, then it wouldn't have even resulted in a cross. But just incredible deagle work from TSS. You can see it from our perspective, no telling which side of that pillar they were going to peek from. But his read is perfectly correct.
Much needed headshot as well there for Rops, who comes into the retake with the 100 HP and the better gun. You could spam Zywoo out of the round, but it needed to be clean on Rops, and was. But Vitality opt to go in for another force buy, thinking maybe the money's low, and the buys are nearly mirrored. Yeah. Definitely a slight edge here for Falcons, but if these force buys have taught us anything, it's that this one's on a knife's edge.
They want to avoid this Zywoo in general, it feels like, at all costs. But what we're going to pay attention to is the anchors here in Magisk. If he decides to go towards B, then that's where you'll see the lean as well. And he's starting to get into Palace. Falcons making some decisions on the fly. Rops is an interesting spot. Doesn't want to push in case there is that lurker. And is the bomb going by itself? Hopefully not.
No, it looks like Magisk at the very least is with him. 3 players.
Oh, yeah, he's on the ramp. Oh, no, here. Okay, all good. But Rob's going to spot, and he does get away safe. 48 HP.
Right? Not half bad considering the spam that it looked like he took. Tries to hold off ramp. TSS finds a quick entry. And then a missed scout shot from Zywoo as that MAC-10 looks rambunctious. Magisk connects with his. Scout's not ideal.
強い
Down after just the
ゴリ押
one
す
kill.
ね
And so the Flamesy 5-7 versus 3's up next. Under balcony is Monacy, and we've got Falcons recovering from that stumble in the second. 3-1, their early lead.
Yeah, real solid stuff on this reapproach towards the A site. Excellent call. And again, they're trying the A stuff. Like, the game plan is overall like more simple. They're fighting into middle control, to be fair, in some of these rounds, not seeing anything just yet for Vitality.
Oh, very clear who's going to step up to the plate early with TSS at 6-2.
Yeah, TSS could have changed the course of the series, to be honest. That was a moment where I feel like Falcons just feeling the hangover from the last map of just, oh, like, how did we just get crushed on train? We were probably feeling pretty good into starting off Mirage by losing the second round.
You know, it was Monacy who steps into the server tonight as the highest rated player at this event. That has since changed, surpassed by Zywoo ever so slightly. We see him starting strong, but dying out to a USP, not where he wants to be. Luckily for them, easy cleanup more or less. Zywoo, don't you dare.
Everyone on this team, I swear.
2 USP kills, not supposed to happen. AK and Galil saved, but 4-1 T-side nonetheless.
That is still, yeah, pretty successful round. They get those 3 kills.
Oh, next time I will be like, you think you're me?
Only dies because that USP is empty. Give him a few more bullets. Who knows what comes next?
P2K?
Maybe. Maybe. Vitality bringing guns to the table.
That's one way to go, TSS.
Thoughts on
Threw
that?
that early flash and thought that it wasn't still being watched. This is also because Zywoo never shot this op in this round so far. But that raw duel, that's just such a clean 5v4 here for Vitality, and they immediately take space after that too.
Yeah, they're going to take over Palace, not with just Rops alone, seeing as last time he met 3.
You just create so much space by taking over place like, oh, okay, actually one back on jungle. I don't even know
Deep
from
angle
where.
from Catwalk.
Oh, he was up in ladder room.
Yeah, that'd make more sense.
But if they go back to A, 2 players are in halls right now.
Wow.
And ZywOo actually gets the kill that pushes him in this direction.
Not going to let them get any eyes on that B bomb site. So at 35 with the execution smokes coming over, and that effectively cuts Nico out of this unless he wants to chance through smoke. He doesn't know what's waiting for him. He'll come out onto the stairs. Still, nobody holding Palace, and the fact that there's 2 players up here looks like it will catch them off. Maybe only one needed. Nico finally hits top stairs, but there's Rops. That last layer of defense. Flamesy yet again, just significant piece of this A success.
And it's such a good example. Oh, first of all, ZywOo helps out a ton by getting this first kill. Nice and calm as soon as TeSeS wants to expand on B. And then the second one is critical, honestly. But the fact is, they took over Palace control after the first kill. It's sort of the irony of map control. It's easier to do when it's 5v4, and it could be less, but it's also like less valuable to do when it's 5v4. But in a spot like this, and versus teams of this caliber, sometimes a 5v4 isn't good enough by itself. And that kind of shows us how it's an ace in the hole if they can find space on the other side of the map just as they get a kill at the same time. This could be a read that, you know, Falcons, when they have a lurk, they're not doubling the lurks. Sometimes they're showing some information early and then committing to the same idea a lot later on. Got to be ready for Vitality to make brazen plays.
Really allowed for Falcons to have a lot of space in mid, I find.
Yeah, tons. I think they haven't had the guns, though.
I was thinking to myself how long this would go on. They start with an early ZywOo post, but even that is time sensitive.
This is where we look at Rops, because he's just been an incredible cat player for Vitality. He's honestly bringing this position sort of back into meta more than ever, and a lot of players are really getting a lot out of this spot, playing it solo.
Just looking for this timing on the jump up, just missed it. Would have found that. Still finds the player down. Oh no, TeSeS.
He needs to swing out a little bit to get the fight.
Tries to just get an angle, instead slips off that little lip. And all the while, Mezzi still just holding off, right? Patient about this play. Modessy's gonna try to challenge. Beautiful headshot on Rops. Mezzi looks to strike within that timing from the bottom of Vitality's scoreboard. Doesn't leave, lines them up. And it's a Desert Eagle spam from Magisk that's short-lived. TeSeS still bottom middle, looking for something to pull on, but he doesn't have bomb possession at 30 seconds. And Vitality have eyes on this smoke, so it seemed. Flamesy thinking about it, gets the better of him, and Vitality cut that lead down to 1 round real quick.
And then it'll be TeSeS on the other side that will put on a Rops impression, I think, with how he takes duels. But the setup is excellent. I mean, they have Mezzi on the other side of Bricks, which they just don't expect, because sometimes it'll just be Rops here. And ZywOo in the back of the site once again. The op has been on B very often. When he's scouting, he's on A. When he's opping, he's on B. Connor, this is going to be the first close game of the series.
You think so?
We're going to get double digits for both teams.
Whoa.
Maybe even in overtime.
Settle down. I think if you were to ask Apex, he'd have other ideas.
What if you ask Nico?
He would also say this will be lopsided.
I'm the only unbiased person here.
I was thinking about that, watching the KRL pop-offs. We obviously have the co-streams in the studio for this event, trying to big up the whole rivalry element of the show. There's no crowd, Modesty. There's no crowd to help you. There are people cheering at home. I don't deny that.
Real Modesty fans watch the demos.
At the end of the day, I was like, what would it be like to be KRL, where you can just scream 100% bias? Uh-oh.
What?
Was that trying to play for info or trying to tell us what was about to go down? Because with a Glock and no armor, Modesty has suddenly put 2 M4s in the hands of Falcons.
We're talking no armor on this.
We're talking nothing on this. They limp into this round with Glocks. Modesty lets us know, alludes to the success he's gonna find, and pulls that out of the hat. Double market retake. Magis making the best of the M4. Now they've got to come in from one direction. This is the round that they had no business winning. The most
おー、セーブ入った。いい、これ。
And of all the rounds we've witnessed, this is his.
いや、俺4-4になると思ったのに。4-4になると思ったのに。取るんかーい。
That's why he took his time. There was a plan all along, and the burst clock of all things to get the second frag.
マジで取りやがったよ。
It's an empty magazine on Arch.
I have no idea how they got the first kill. That one's a little bit weird to explain because the guy on Get Right is using his whole mag. His teammate gets 2 kills, and I guess he just needed, like, there was no way for him to fight back when he was reloading, but thought he had an extra second. Well, that's a rare situation. Nice shots, Modesty.
やっぱわからんね。
There's sometimes it's a beat take, and I'm like, they could have had better spots.
Yeah.
This is a spot, maybe the first guy, if he's going to use all his ammo, kill somebody with
He
it.
He did. Rob's got 2 kills from Arch. It was Mezzi who came out window that dies with nothing.
Mezzi got nothing.
Yeah.
I see.
But I'm not sure where he was holding before he, you know, kind of gets just rolled over by Modesty.
2アップやんけ。
We'd have to watch it back.
Plays the window pillar.
Yep. A Glock.
Where's dazed?
いや、それ。
Okay. Well, Zaiwu doesn't care. He's still just opping.
As is Rops this round. So double op setup changed here from Vitality in the 9th. Two Glock kills.
Best team in the world just lost to no armor.
1 burst Glock, double headshot, point blank upside the head. You love to see it. Flamesy's approach to Palace. Ooh, they get jumped up. Apex tries to like force him in, and in that moment, Magis just feasts. This was man advantage Vitality for a moment. And Zaiwu's still out there floating with the op, but a retake's not likely with the double op setup. And Modesty is keeping these headshots rolling. Rops and Mezzi layer up. Now all of a sudden, it's him versus Kickstand in the clutch. That Opper is meant to be holding the angle.
Took a few fast steps.
Dude, Rob's able to close this gap. And what? Oh, he thinks he's walking around. What did Robs think was happening there?
No clue, actually. I'm actually so confused about that one. He thought he went around default?
I guess he thought he was walking around the base of the stairs. Because he heard him step sandwich, no doubt.
強っ。
Well, this game's got some weird rounds.
Like, Kickstand's even, like, shocked by the fact he comes stepping over stairs.
What?
And Zaiwu just doesn't care, man. He just keeps fragging.
You just said that.
やり返しやがった。
Go to the next rounds like it never happened. Nothing even happened. He's like,
a dink.
He's like, eventually I'm going to get these kills and we're going to win. I mean, they're not going to win this round.
Well, you say that, but they also weren't supposed to win with Glocks on the Falcon side of things. USP just tickling Nico for only 30 damage, and all the while Tessa senses a great opening in that B site to guarantee the round. Magisk gonna run that bomb in. Zaiwu may have kicked it off with a clean window kill back to back. However, the rest of the squad dying with nothing. And so this half is getting tidied up real quick. Bask in his glory.
If you watch just Zaiwu's POV this game, Vitality haven't lost a round. He doesn't even know what's going wrong. He's getting openings, multis, scout shots, op shots. He got spotted there, right? Yeah. I mean, oh, okay.
Kicksan was about to get owned.
Yeah.
But covered and dealt with. What happened to that close map you promised?
It's still going to be close. In fact, Falcons needed to win these rounds in order for it to be close.
Oh, okay.
This has definitely been the weirdest one so far.
Yeah, Apex not too happy with the way things are going. We heard him.
I kind of like it.
Mid-round. All we need to do is stick to the original plan, he said. That was the round that he kind of jumbled up on Flamesy in the Palace.
Yeah, that was so awkward. And I think that follow through from Flamesy is because he was trying to be the best teammate possible, but he knew he was dead when he lost the initial, like got dinked on the engagement and saw 2 players. But there's no changing the game plan when your teammate's ready to push right there. So
swift reminder that Underdog offers real money fantasy games on all your favorite Counter-Strike events like the Blast Rivals. Thank you, Underdog, for supporting our scene.
Underdog got you, dog.
Ouch. Tesses just loses half his health to that frag. It's been a while since we've had the all-in execute, since the pistol, if I'm not mistaken. So here we are, 10 rounds later, and Falcon's gonna give it a shot, but they'll meet ZywOo in sight, who's just 1 bullet away from toppling Nico in that process. Only a smoke here for Mezzy, so no real disruptive utility. He'll find Nico. The little that was left of him is Kicksan off of bench. Adds an element of surprise. m0NESY was perched top Tetris, but since the bomb went down, it kind of slows things down for a moment. And within that pause, you've gotten Vitality still keeping the pressure up. Mezzy connects onto their in-game leader. Man advantage here established for the defense, and a well-timed peek out of Apex could catch them off guard. They are very much stuck on default, but who's stuck in with who? m0NESY back against the wall. Magic's side. 2v3 Falcons for 8.
Man, they were honestly just wandering around a little bit in that situation. If Apex had only peeked from the CT on a normal peek instead of jump spotting, would have had a great fight versus both. Another 5v4 here brought to you by ZywOo. And then Mezzy's 2 kills as he gets to the top of Connector. But after that, they're not really playing the advantage of the fact that the site doesn't have any protected choke points. If they plant default, Apex is back there and ticket. And oh, nice shot. m0NESY. Caught him out of the sky. But do we need a stairs peek from Vitality in that situation? Shouldn't they have delayed for time since they had still control of top con, stairs, and ticket?
m0NESY absolutely took over this game on the Inferno opening. The biggest surprise of the series, and watching Vitality's win streak come to an end on that map specifically. This is his 2nd best map yet, and no surprise that a 5-round lead comes with it. And this is within a half where we've seen him toppled top middle twice by ZywOo in the window. Gets revenge here in the final round of the attack. Trying to box him in from Connector at the moment. Look at this. Vitality's defense is just cornered. At some point, they're going to be concerned about that back A site. But Tesses, he'll step up to the challenge.
Who's cornered? You know, right now, Falcons are the ones clustered. CTs everywhere.
They know about the right side. Left peek comes in. They're able to piece it all together. m0NESY doesn't pull the trigger on that ROPS jiggle. 30 seconds. Bomb's going to go down. No challenge. m0NESY looking for the style points to close it. Every second he buys here is good.
いや FB いや
It'll
カバーの
keep
FB
Ross away from sight. A much needed retake with no kit and no HP. They'll end this half on fire. A masterclass of a T side. 9-3.
待て待て待て待て待て Q3 はすげえぞ。9の3はすげえ。3分間のインターバル入ります。 なんか見るかな。なんか見るかいやはや。いやはや。もうみんな寝た？みんな寝たっすか？俺も早く寝るか。いやけどファルコンズがミラージュ強いね。バチクソ強いやんけ。あ、これよりも。いや、いい。曇りガラスの銀曜日ね。これ名言だけどね。
So Falcons surprise with a dominant first half.
さあ9の3です。9の3。けどね、俺これ終わったら寝ます。さすがにちょっと生活習慣変えないといけないんで、さすがにこれ終わったら寝るかな。最後までやれってなるんだけどね、本当は。申し訳ないですけども。寝ます。すいません。いや決勝最後まで見るわ。
What happened, Mohan?
I think we went through it as the half went on, but it was basically Zaiwu having a very good half, while the rest of his team having a lot of awkward moments. There was a no armor round one there from Falcons. I think that one's just a bad fever dream for Vitality. They're going to try to win some dignity back here in the second half, but it starts with pistols, and Falcons have been good on them. Uh-oh. Spotted ya.
They are 6-1 in pistols this series. That is about as lopsided as it gets.
Whoa.
Gunning for a 7th. You know, the real, of course, asterisk. Gotta convert him. Zaiwu's P250 on the T side gets popped by Tesses, who is a animal at the moment. That critical 3K with the desert
これ T 取らないときついっすよ。
Falcons in a great place.
Ooh, this is interesting, man, because Magis has a smoke and they're coming in from Palace. They might not need to suss out the players on the ramp.
あれだな。フレームいいとこ出るわ。
Oh, underpass. Interesting spot. He's really ready for this delayed lurk.
What happens when that bomb gets covered in a smoke? Because nobody is stopping Magis from running up and putting that smoke on top of it.
Exactly.
He's going to go for this 5-second defuse inside of a smoke. It is utter desperation from Vitality, and he just can't line it up. So with ease, Falcons step forth to double digits.
It's a perfect game plan. The way that Kickstand rotates around through Palace is awesome as well. They know it's going to be an A-ramp play. And once they kill Zaiwu, and so they're aware. They can draw out everybody just by dropping that smoke. So just beautifully played. Another beautifully played pistol round here for Falcons. They've got a collection of them.
いやいやいや、ピストル強ない。
It felt like we really hadn't been given a showcase of Vitality mistakes in this series, even when they go back and lose Inferno.
Until this map, yeah.
This is the map that Vitality have dropped the ball.
Lots of mistakes.
I suppose the saving grace for their sake is we've got Nuke in the back pocket. Final map of this best of 5 ready to go again. But it looks like we're going to be getting there sooner than later. With rounds like these just getting racked up, these rifles at the front of the B-hit are finding nothing until Zaiwu finally answers. By the time he does so, everybody else is dead and Robs is right there with him. 11-3. It is Falcons all the way to map 5 it feels.
We could have had a different whole half, if not for a few different rounds going the way of Falcons that were just awkward, messy. I mean, you had that round where Rops walks up to the top of stairs with an up and Kicksands just reloading a Tetris. You have the Glock round. You have so many 5v4s that have been given up. I mean, they kind of just want to forget about this. Definitely not the best showing here for Vitality. Falcons will be hyped, though.
And rightfully so. Finally, a chance in this series where we can say they've just been simply better. There's no question on this one. Doesn't look like it's going to be in question. In fact, m0NESY confident to just go for more. And unfortunately for the Vitality side, it is force buys all the way to the end, which looks like it's around the corner. 2 left in middle. Rob's trying to come and join his captain. But this could be a bad sign of things to come for the final map of the series, because this has been Vitality breaking down.
イーグレ。イーグレ。しかも C4 圧勝。
One of these maps is going to be close.
終わるの早いんですけど。OT ないやろ、これ。
I mean, this is shocking.
It is shocking, 100%. This is the most one-sided so far.
You know, in the same way that we saw MOUZ slowly get closer and closer, even though they've yet to beat this Vitality, it's always improvements. And Brolin comes out and says it feels like the next time we're going to get them. This is the first time Falcons have been able to blow Vitality out of the water. Magisk right into the windowsill. I mean, they can do no wrong on this second half. With a win streak truly alive, it is a very odd scene to see Vitality fall apart like this. Safe to say nobody on the analyst desk could have seen this one coming.
I think Vuer was the one who said that they're the most beatable on Mirage.
The nature of the Australian map wins for Falcons was an overtime Dust 2, a 13-10 on this map, and then we know what happened with that barn burner of a nuke. So this is new territory for Falcons, and maybe that's why it's tough to close, but we'll see, because m0NESY's still 20-8, full health, ready to rock inside jungle, and Kicksands hears that quick window cross, but he doesn't do anything to stop it. And while TSS looks real low, that's all the players left alive here in the 16th round of play.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality want to go outside right now and take a break before the next map without having something to say on this map. Otherwise, it is just going to be a terrible mood out there, to be honest. Even if they aren't going to win this, and they could, but not with the way that they're playing. 8-9 rounds at least for the team that they have shown us that they are after these last few months. That's, I think, the bar at a minimum.
まあセーブだよな。
But you got to respect these Falcons pistols. That also helps with the lopsided score lines. And even though they didn't convert right away in the first half, they got the round after.
What? それアウプの動きじゃねえんよ。
Your guess is good as mine. I think really just a testament to the way the Falcons are doing as they please.
Well, because I was looking around this game, guys, are you jet lagged or?
Right? Thought we had shaken all that off, but here's m0NESY scouring the field and finding nothing. Nade with his name on it. Oof. When the best piece of your team now has to somehow find an opening without his op and down on 50 health. But there's really no thread to pull on here at a minute 15. Not a single CT showing skin towards mid.
Yeah, they have B control. And this will allow TSS to leave B. Nico's pushed up on Cat. Bomb's still up at the top of mid, actually. A little bit awkward. They want to go and grab that.
まあカムバックはあるよね。
And now they've got a proper
ない
split
わけ
in
ではないから
place.
ね、カムバックが。
Kixan is fully pushed, right? Yeah. But Nico hasn't left quite yet. They're still worried about a potential cat play.
It's that lack of mid-control since the start of the round. We'll see if Magis can catch them off guard from Sandwich as Mondesi draws attention and goes down with nothing. Apex toying with this execute, but it gets full cleared by Mezzi. Well done on the approach here from Vitality. You keep Flamesy's eyes over towards Cat to prevent any kind of a challenge. Here's Tessess though, he stops the play. 15 seconds to recover. A test from Nico through jungle soon enough, but that late play from Kixan having to wrap all the way around apartments.
Needed to be a few seconds earlier. Nico still wishes he was on Cat for this.
Kixan's gonna get dropped by it, so Nico just waiting out this smoke grenade. Unfortunately, his teammates have all been withered away.
All right, so what we saw here was a great round out of Vitality, map control-wise. And yeah, that was solid. Good use of the round. There wasn't much pushback in terms of mid and their default in general, so Falcons, I think they had the B push, but they didn't really gamble off of it. I mean, Kixan could have been up there. They maybe could have freed up their cat player a little earlier to come over to reinforce A and made A look more like a threatening hold while Kixan would work on a flank, but I don't think they were willing to risk it. Still scared of Vitality and the thought that they could change their mind on a moment's notice. So the game becomes 7 rounds. At least we can say Vitality looked good for once.
Sure. Which, like you mentioned a couple rounds ago, is just something you want to be able to walk away with. Your head's held a little higher. And I'd usually say this is a round that Falcons can't win, but we saw Mondesi do it with a Glock.
They've already won without armor.
More
or
than
Deagles.
It's a slow stew through connector. Tessess in jungle with this double forward setup on Nico. He wants that ramp fight. Utility comes out from Palace. That opens the door for the connector push. And all's good here for the Vitality camp in a round they should win. Dare I say need to, in order to continue this little bit of a comeback. Looking for respect. As they should be sent packing eventually.
We're in the training arc right now. When we get to the last few rounds, then I think you get the fiery battle, the defaults, and the high-level mind games. And I mean, it's 12-6 now. Vitality have made that comeback before.
You're not wrong.
That's the thing. This team is 100% belief.
And they did it in a much higher...
Sorry, 100% proof. You know what I mean? Right. They literally have not lost. So I don't think they care how many situations they get into that are like this.
Ah, 足見えてるね。まあまあまあまあまあ。こっからでしょ。
Remind Vitality that.
こっからでしょ。
From grins and glee on map 3 to a quick reality check on Mirage.
Again, is shutting off Tessess is a huge part of the game plan here versus Falcons Mirage. Just like Rops, he's here freely peeking, taking fights, really good at fighting versus bench, really good at fighting versus underpass and picking his spots. This can be a totally known quantity for Vitality, of course, having faced him already.
Apex starting to get crazy with it.
Yeah, I mean, they pull him all the way back. The fresh top con smoke split in place here for the B site.
Timing's good. Oh, it gets shut down. Zywoo turns just in time to cover. We get kills back from Falcons, though. It's still even keel. Missed shot from Monacy as Flimsy just slides down beneath that scope. Magisk up next, instant headshot. And this one down to just the 2v2 with bomb over towards that catwalk. Mezzy reopens the possibility of it as Kicksan's got to try to close this gap. His best map of the series so
C4
far.
が逆です
The
ね
in-game leader has taken his team to a comfortable lead, but can he close it with a clutch? They've actually lost track of this. No eyes on back market. Now confirmed that he's here, and he just tries to push it forward. Looks to section them off, but Mezzy's
さあ
got
さ
other
あさあさあさあ
ideas.
さあさあまだわからん
His
よ
2 kills on that site keeps the vitality come back going.
It's another good call followed up by the default mid control, which we know Vitality.
バイタリティが 5連続取ればオーバータイム入る
And Saiwu, another 5v4 in this game. You can really count him up. This time it actually results in a round, and they transpose into the post plant perfectly with Mezzy taking that last fight. Everything is looking a lot better now for Vitality suddenly. No, you don't have to host this yet. We don't know what's going to happen in this game, Mike. Stop spoiling the script.
Deeks again on the field.
There is no extra rope, though. One small mistake at this point, it's over. Vitality slept through their alarm on this game.
Just no control of the situation in the first half. You'd think so many mistakes would cost you. Desert Eagles surround you. Do they come away with kills? Monacy won. And the others dropped with nothing, but Kicksan activates while the nades are in hand. Mezzy finds Sanctuary in the corner of Con. He's got to try to push that bomb up. Great spam damage coming at him. And now the off picks up. Kicksan's gonna try to get it going.
Hit that shot.
Bomb plant on default, safe. Mezzy coming
Ooh,
out. And his head gets popped. It's a triple here from Kicksan. Killer calls and a convincing fashion to try to close this. As you've got Rops stuck along the wall. He feels like he is stuck in with them. And the trade frag looks likely. But 11 health on Magisk as he sits on that angle and waits. And Rops feels squeezed for the win and a chance on nuke. Magic's crosses. And still those shots whiz by. Rops cold as
間に合わなくね
just welcomes him in. And a 10-second defuse to stick this.
あ、間に合う
Final seconds. Do we
間に合う
go
わ
again?
あ、間に合わね
Oh, it blows up. Rob's just delayed. That's all they needed to do. Magis did not have time for that specific approach. If he had a kit to work with, that would have been it. Oh, Kicksan, this performance on that round was excellent to watch. But the fact that he just needed to swing.
What a perfect internal clock from Robs. With the amount of pressure he applied to Magisk in that, you know, and then suddenly he just stopped moving, and I thought to myself, like, oh, he got inactive, but that is what wins the round. Another by milliseconds, not the first one. Vitality pull out of the hat. Look at that fire next to their names. There is momentum here now.
This fight could be everything. Kicksan coming up close.
Tons of damage, but Apex hangs on from the bottom of the board, the real depths.
Things starting to get hot now. We've got that Robs pressed up against the glass inside a palace. No one in CT right now. Look how many players are over in the jungle. 3. They don't know what to do with the space. Robs gets tagged by the smoke. That's unfortunate. They get scared about it. Could be someone sitting firebox listening. They'll re-expand and regroup towards A ramp. CTs have no idea. They think this is going back to B. Monacy 23 and 13. Pristine scoreline. Alive and well.
Tessa starts to expand here from the B site, looks to explore a little towards middle.
I mean, it's still going to work out properly in Vitality's favor. This pause, it's just Monacy. It's the first and last line of defense.
Say that one more time.
It's just Monacy.
Utility for the executes looking good.
Aよ
There was a smoke out there. It goes for the cross instead to let Mezzi try to pressure him. Monacy will give over Ticket Booth. You hear the feet in the fire. He knows damn well this has been compromised. He'll be expecting Mezzi to have been pushed up, and maybe that's why the Brit falls back ever so slightly.
Yeah,
Still sticks around that corner.
Switches to missiles. That's a fine spot to be in if you're Mezzi. We're talking no utility, though. No assistance on this peak.
Retake is on. Tesses, smoke grenade, and the kit. Keep an eye on him to try to squeeze out the defuse. And right now, that emphasis on Ticket is allowed because Zywoo dropped a critical shot. Apex picks up slack. No way Tesses gets turned on. Monacy's able to recover, but he wasn't able to get active at the start. What could have been players plucked off ramp in Palace is instead space to Vitality.
They didn't have any utility because they came forward with a proper exec out of the ramp. If you're in Ticket, you're tempted to fall back anyways. Monacy's op. Doesn't find one opportunity to get in. Even though Zywoo misses an op shot, he's now got teammates. It doesn't have to just be him in this game. They survive a huge battle at the top of mid. Kickstand dying in the smoke. That one kill definitely shifts tides dramatically. But now we're talking about a 3-round game. Now there's a real chance for double digits. The moment Vitality appear to start playing well, then they streak. Probably a few people that switched off the stream thinking, he'll come back for the next map. Might have news for them.
Magic, though, here's all of
this. This is a crazy place to sneak into. Zywoo takes a step back, and Madness walks right into him.
Tesses did pick up a Deagle kill to start that, though. He's hoping to inspire the other pistols. You've got that looming threat of Monacy's off over towards jungle, now repositioning quick to Ticket. Tesses on the edge of smoke. Robs has got to try to keep his head between both sides of this. Tesses decides to emerge, and it's an easy pickup for man advantage. Nico's low. It really still feels like it's got to be Monacy's off. Nico's Desert Eagle's a distraction, and Robs turns around.
Doesn't matter. The reactions from Robs, and now Monacy's off is actually in danger.
Under threat from this push. Okay. From bench to an end to the double digits with it.
That's right.
それはなしやろ。
And now Vitality have, in a remarkable turn of events,
あるぞ、
gotten into
カムバッ
double
ク。
digits here on Mirage. After their worst half in some time, maybe months. Falcons go up 9-3. They even score the second pistol.
なかなかファルコンズがあと1本が取れない。
But Vitality tell us there's still a real chance that this game isn't over. How
あ
is
と
that
1本なん
possible?
で。
The only thing that can get him excited at this point is winning in new ways. 12-6 wasn't enough.
And that's really what this best of 5 grand finals has brought to the table. Winning in new ways. Both teams swapping their map picks to start off the series. We threw those scripts out the window, and now we're here. And not just 9-3. 9-3 plus pistol and conversions for what is now a 7-round streak out of Vitality.
And this was one more mistake for Vitality and the game's over. Now it's one more mistake for Falcons, and there's a high probability of overtime.
You said they needed at the very least to collect rounds to walk outside and prepare for nuke with. Well, what if we don't go to nuke? A press from Magisk towards ramp. Mezzi awaits him, and he hits that instant headshot. Yet again, an opening kill to the Vitality favor. Now, Monacy is there to cause problems, not from Ticket, but rather bench. And a quick push from Apex is going to flush him back onto the other side of the smoke. They try to expose the approach. Not the case. Vitality do a good job of just keeping their heads down for now.
Bombs coming in slow.
Second volley of
これどう
utility
すんだろ
comes
これ。
over top, and the plant's right there behind it.
Defensive smoke from Monacy. T's are all within the sight right now, but Flames gets out of there.
We've got a potential retake queued up. Triple Ticket. Double smoke on this situation here for Falcons. Zywoo missed a shot previously that allowed Falcons to really pressure the bomb site. And now with that smoke down in front of him, he looks for the deeper angle, takes it instantaneously, tries to put that off into the smoke alongside the T's. And now it is only Monacy of the 4 remaining players to get anything done. His save is no guarantee. This win for Falcons no longer a guarantee. We go round 24.
これは
In writing
これあるぞ
up until this
カムバッ
point,
ク
and now we go round 24. And it's not been a series of miracles.
A が
It's
全然
simply been
抑えれてない
Vitality
やん
playing as they should have. Going up top, right here for this off shot. Beautiful move out of Zaiwu, and Flames' early risk in getting over to the stairs pays off as they crush this post plant position. And now everyone can get excited. And the finale of this regulation will, unfortunately, for
こ
Falcons,
れバイタ
have to
リ
be
ティ取
fought
っ
with
た
an
ら
MP9 and 2 Pharmacists to support these rifles.
They try it again, but they just give legs over to Rops. Great trade out of Nico, much needed, to say the least.
Man, I think they wish they could turn this into a cap play after that double ramp push. Apex is
パレス
listening
に
to this,
Apex
but he's
がいる
also
ね
up in halls.
He said earlier in this game, guys, all we have to do is stick to the original plan. They will, by the looks of it, follow through onto the A hit. Will he be a part of this split? Nico tries to challenge Apex. Tesses only able to lock down one. The Kovac fall back to the default site. He collects yet another head, but that is where he's ended. Zaiwu to hold off Murder Hole, but somebody's got to pick up bomb.
He doesn't want to leave because he knows that they could be coming there from window. He's playing it safe. They don't know where
いや
everybody
Apex いい
is.
とこ多いな
Angle. CT slow approach, nades in hand. Lucky to get that gun back
Did
out.
he get out of there?
Lucky to try to dodge, but he needs to also offer cover. And as he goes deep, he dies.
No plan.
We stand on the finish line.
Zaiwu, who got 5v4s throughout this entire game, now has to go into the clutch. 2 kills in this round. And maybe an open route. Monacy to watch him.
He hits it. Headshot out of Zaiwu to create a world of possibility.
And a touch of good movement to open up options over towards B.
Style points as he arrives on this B bomb site. No challenge, no contest, which means plenty of time to reposition.
20th kill for Zaiwu. 21 to bring this to overtime.
おいおいおいおいおいお
He
いおい
needs
お
the
いこれは
4K1v2. Kicksan knows he can play it from anywhere. No utility to work with.
And
ザイユ圧倒的有利ですね
Stoic.
Planted for Cat.
時間がない
silently, heart pounding for Kicksan, knowing they could push this series, make sound. He's not faking. It's a miss, but he gets him off. Now Kicksan no longer defusing.
Oh, wait, does he have time? I don't think so.
No, not again.
時間ねえだろ
Three
No
times
time.
in this series.
He won it.
It comes down to less
こ
than
っ
a
からマジでオーバータイムになるのやべえぞ
That's all he needed to do.
これね
Vitality have done it.
前の
They
ファル
get
コン
to
ズ待ったろこれ
overregulation.
ミラージュ
It's overtime. They have a chance to close out Mirage. I can't believe it.
Clutch courses through these veins.
He diffused just far back enough. It was actually a nervous moment for Zaiwu. But he got off the bomb.
That, folks, is
オーバータイム
9
入りました
rounds straight.
No way.
オーバータイム入りましたね
9-3 lose pistol. And Vitality still show resilience. Flash for Nico. He looks to stop it. Can't do it on his own. And there is zero support here as that A defense is what Falcons look to weaponize early. A crushing feeling that Falcons know all too well after Australia.
Yeah, Melbourne needed 5 hours for Tesses to feel good again.
Good reposition from Monacy though. Top stairs not spotted. Still reacts. And so a second man advantage made possible after the fact. You've got the ramp player coming out to try to pressure, but pressure alleviated here by Tesses. Another clutch attempt. Cut short by Magic.
やっとファルコン
After
ズ取
all
った
of
な
that, Falcons finally get their round. Ooh. Nothing tells you there's pressure like winning the first round of overtime after a comeback. Was there anything special about this? Maybe the time of the attack, maybe the fact they finally figured it out. The kind of game Vitality want to bring, but it ends up just being another A split. This time, Falcons just hit more shots.
They must be beyond frustrated to be here. Oh, and Mezzi,
That
what?
flash.
He still got Nico.
I mean, there is a world where he goes down with nothing. Instead, Magis at bat catching Apex off guard. Awkward off angle. Trades good again. Modesty sees it, but Zywoo hits it. And so we go back 2v2.
Just underneath him. Flames behind him.
Tesses though dead. Tries to take it on an off timing and instead thrusts the in-game leader to yet another
この
clutch.
後半戦の座右の覚醒がやべえな。
A little more time and brought a little more backup.
Protected that CT. Plants. Not playing for it. Kicks in again,
Now
but
seen.
spotted. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You got no way to get him out of here, so you put down the smoke and Zywoo's gonna strike you before.
Yeah, it just keeps rolling with Zywoo, who's getting better by the round. The refrag on
モネシ
Modesty,
ーも
man,
ったい
those
な
are
い
the
ね、
kinds
今の
of
パレス
kills
で。
that I placed a bet on him every time to get. And he didn't uncrouch. He didn't uncrouch right there. That was the key for Zywoo. He didn't pop up again and risk it. He had a sliver of a chance. And 100% faith.
ちなみにミラージュ取ればバイタリティ優勝です。
So
決
this is
勝
where the
決
game
勝ってか、
begins.
まあ優
1-1
勝だよ
in
ね。
OT between these two teams.
逆にここファルコンズ、まあまだ続くけど、このマップファルコンズ取れば
30 frags.
最後の5マップ目までい
Zywoo
く感じ
catching
で
up
す
on
ね。
23,
Nico not taking over
す
with
んな
him.
り、
but Ross is right there.
すんなりファルコンズ取ると思ったけどな。そうもいかないんですね。
Nico has had some of the worst losses of any player in history, all the way back from Boston. The list just, it feels infinite, to be honest. This one might be in the top 5 if it goes south. And sometimes it's not because of him, but he knows this isn't his A game right now. This
Sound.
sneak from Rops.
They make noise on the disassemble. Cat players covered. Holds that back.
Perfectly covered.
Nasty Flamesy to hit that. Nico slides outwards though, and there's no support for the trade. But you've got Robs up in the window. Missed shots! Critical error! Unless Zywoo can bring it back. But Modesty hits his. You know there's a player down beneath, and Magisk seems unkillable. What a time to step it up. And what a time for Robs to drop the ball. Perfect chance for Falcons.
Yeah, that was actually definitely the play for
ロー
Robs.
プズが
I don't blame the way he
ロー
approached
プ
that.
ズ
It
せっ
wasn't a
か
bad
く
spray,
窓
but
か
just
ら
his first few taps.
裏
And that
取れ
was
たのに
enough.
まあそういうもんだよな。
Yes, he was waiting for Nico to come back up connector as well, but it's not as if he waited too long for this. He actually crouched right into it, just simply missed. Nico dodged that flashing connector, a little bit lucky, landed right at his feet as well.
But Nico's not somebody who's going to shy away from trying to take over a game regardless of his score. Give him enough time.
てか、モネシー、モネシー32キルいってんだけど、やば。
You can look at his second half stats after a really poor first half, and he comes back as if he was never playing Gadley that day. That explains the consistency with Nico.
Feels like a desire to win is in his DNA.
But he's not there yet.
This return to the CT side's been a long time coming for Vitality.
Yeah.
Must feel foreign.
And with the way the rounds played out in the first half, that simply wasn't them. Gave them a lot to think about, I'm sure, but I can't help but feel like these OTCT rounds are going to feel a little bit different for Falcons.
Modesty may be the rock star of Mirage, but that core of Vitality's powering up. Kicksan's going to try to test Cat.
No,
First casualty here of this one.
Offhanded that flash, ran right into it.
Utility over the top of ramp, missed op shot from Zywoo. And yet he gets tagged. Now has to somehow survive down to 7 with fire down beneath him. Nico coming out from connector. The success is starting to be together all across the board. And as that utility rains on deep, Mezzi gets his. Whittled down to 40, flashed and smoked off soon. This is bomb plant and double ops honed in
さあ、
on
ファル
him.
コンズマッチポイント。
Falcons secure it again.
All right, that looked excellent out of Falcons. The attack was perfect. Nico was in there. Magic is getting kills now
展開が
too.
早いよ。
That was very smooth. They got shook on that comeback, but they've got their head on straight now. That last round was a very close situation that absolutely could have gone the way for Vitality, but this start to the T side for Falcons. This is them at their peak.
強っ。
Wow. Wow.
そうです。よう当てるな、それ。どんな反射神経いいんだよ。
Sign me up for more Magis shots like that.
I told you this was going to be the close game of the series.
I was thinking about that. I can't believe it. They have failed in 9 rounds
A
to
セットや
close
ね、多
this
分。
game.
シンプルに A じゃない
They
これ。
will be given 2 more chances.
Some teams just made great enemies.
And these teams make great entertainment. Very much grouped up and ready for the all-in. There's enough of a defense floating around this site. Zywoo's gonna have to be a key part of it again, but he doesn't really get that jump up onto Ticket. He was hoping to have landed. We've got a gap on that smoke towards bench. He's looking for another. No concern whatsoever, just writing off the Magis swing. And so it's an easy pickup for Kixan.
What a great risk.
Zywoo missed second shot. We've got the M4 close. It's Tess to the T side again. And Magis now able to lock in behind sight box. Monacy hands busy on the plant. Nico's your late.
これはファルコンズ有利ですね。CT 取ってるもん。
Bomb's not for him. So if this ticket retake from Flamesy starts to go well, supported by Mezzy of course, then maybe Vitality still upend this man advantage. Time to find out. Tess drop real quick. Magis now feels squeezed. There's 2 of 4. It's down to the duo. The Falcons bank on and a missed op shot as well. That bomb is not for Nico. He somehow has to close this gap, has to run them down, and he will not do so. First
これ
missed.
ミスショットで
Man, it starts with Flamesy inside that smoke, but Tess, the menace to be able to get over.
あれ木中の方先に敵見えるんですよ。あれ木中にいた方が有利なんですよ。
And that's where it felt like this job was
一回
finished. Burning. That's a tough round to win under pressure.
いやこれマジでいい試合するな。
Replenished in overtime, now used.
ここでファルコンズが取ればここのマップはファルコンズの勝利になって、ここがもう一回バイタリティが守りきればもう一回延長戦オーバータイム。
All while someone could have swung on him in Palace for so long and no one peeked
テ
him.
セス強かったけ
How
ど
did
ね。
he know he could take that risk, man?
He is the game.
And he is the game. It got him a kill. And as you can see,
Beat
he
up.
needed every single one.
It's one of the elements of Zywoo's play we praise.
Oh, this is
a huge opening.
Yeah, could be a chance that he missed this on the first jump spot, but that's a lot of damage. And they hear it, so they're not going to jump spot again.
Mezzy knows better. Or at least he should.
Flash doesn't get Monacy back. They've shown presence here, nothing towards A at all. As you can see, Falcons are looking to turn this into a B attack, but Nico's starting to walk back to the ramp. Is this just for the the window smoke? Maybe at the 1 minute timing. Molly on Cat to trick him. Let's see if it does anything. Yeah, it actually makes the rotation go over to B. I'm not surprised Vitality figured this out.
Dangerous game to play with Tess and Magic on the entry. Bombs coming. They try to get ahead of the smoke. They do so. Flash is fantastic. You've got Mezzy still just leaning back, exploring that windowsill from the catwalk. Nico arrives.
Okay.
And as he does, 2 bodies drop. Zywoo now the next. Kicksan tries to press his issue into the likes of Apex, reads it, but can't stop him. And so Monacy, again and again and again, has to be the key.
1-1
He could be 11th chance to close this.
He could jump across, walk right
え
Yay!
え
The one-man army. This best of 5 deserves it. Don't go far. Nuke up next. This is the best that Counter-Strike has to offer.
It took them
いや
11
今のちょっと
chances to close from 12
ミリで見えたんだろうな
down to all the way back into overtime.
やば
Vitality will make nothing easy, but the Falcons
やば何今の
close, and at the
最後の
end
最後
of the
やば
day, a dub is a dub is a dub, and this dub sees us go
これは残るわ
in
フラグ
this
ムービーに
best
なる
of
かこれ
5 grand final.
That's the best offer in the world right there.
多分ミリ見えたんだろう
Best
な
offer in the world. That 1v2 right there, using the sliver gap right there from the top of Van, carried them in the first half. Maybe it slowed down a little bit in the second as Vitality mounted the comeback, but to close it like that, that's why we say his name in the vein that we do.
バックとか言ってるだろ
That
あ
would
やっぱり
definitely have been a comeback. I don't even know what happened in that game. Like that, the fact that they even managed to throw away the huge lead and then actually also cementing and actually putting their their comfort back
や
together
ば
and actually going back and winning the game. That's actually I'm baffled.
12-3. It was 12-3.
Yeah.
It was 12-3, and they came back to overtime. And usually, what happens, you know, Falcons might
い
win
い
one
いや
round,
互
and then
角やんけ
Vitality just close it out. Usually, you have your opponent's mentally broken at that
けど俺は
point.
寝るわ
The fact they could close this out still is honestly
ネ
hard
シ
to believe.
35キル
Big
え
credit
ぐ
to Monacy, man. He pulled off some amazing plays. He carried out.
まあ
he
もうみん
carried
な寝たや
Falcons
ろ
so much this time around.
He really did. I mean, genuinely
みんな
does
寝た
feel
っすよ
like
ねもう
he thought he was joining a complete project.
俺はみんな寝た
Suddenly
と
he
思うん
is
で
the
俺は
team
寝ようかな
here on Mirage.
俺
But
ももう
we
眠い
can't
わ
not talk about this.
眠い
comeback.
では
This
ない
was
もう
the
疲
stuff
れ
of
たわ
legends. It really did feel like Vitality were going to do it once again, and it started round by round, drawing this back from so far down. There were so many that could have gone away from them, and yet they
いや
didn't here.
だって
We've got
次
one round, round 21, we wanted to talk about.
There was just so
Yeah,
many,
yeah,
honestly. I feel like we got to roll the tape before we get into it. Yeah, round 20 right here. Actually, the way that they fought back into this one was insane. This was the one where there's a 2v1. Rops is able to shave off Kicksan as he's trying to approach, and he just plays the time. Like, the margins
game
on
だったわ
this round were absurd. And so many people in Rops' position, they'll feel the pressure. They feel like they have to peak early. He goes for a couple, but then I think he realizes that the opponent
まあということで終わるか中途半端だけどまあ見てくれてありがとうございますということでねお疲れさんですではまた